Chapter 3908. Zhuang Tianheng did not expect the Duan Lingtian in front of him was only a law clone. Now that he had seen Duan Lingtian's law clone enter Wu Hongqing's body and take control of his body and heard Duan Lingtian's words, he finally realized what had happened. For this reason, Zhuang Tianheng's respect for Duan Lingtian deepened. After all, Duan Lingtian could take his life in the blink of an eye. In his eyes, Wu Hongqing, the main hall master of the Tidal Temple and a god king, was a high and mighty figure. However, even he was powerless in front of Duan Lingtian, let alone Zhuang Tianheng. You better be prepared. I'll appear as Wu Hongqing on the day of the main hall's grand competition and appoint you as the new hall master of the main hall. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's face flushed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he seemed to recall something and said worriedly, "My lord, it's not a problem for you to appoint me as Wu Hongqing's successor. However, I'm afraid some people won't accept it. There are a few people who are stronger than me in the main hall. When Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang came, they weren't around." While most of the branch hall masters were still in the dark, Zhuang Tianheng had already found out the reason behind the destruction of the Tidal Temple's main hall. He also knew that many people had died during that incident. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall, decided to hold the grand competition. "Don't worry, I'll deal with them." "Don't worry," Duan Lingtian said. Zhuang Tianheng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. As for Duan Lingtian, he returned to Wu Hongqing's residence under the guise of Wu Hongqing. Previously, he had already confirmed Wu Hongqing's residence with his divine consciousness. As the hall master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing's spatial ring is actually a self-destructing spatial ring. What a pity! At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought of Wu Hongqing's storage ring that had been reduced to powder after his death, and a wave of regret welled up in his heart. Even though he wasn't interested in the things in Wu Hongqing's spatial ring, however, it did not mean that it was useless to his family. Forget it. If there's anything I need, I'll just ask Zhuang Tianheng to help me look for it after he becomes the hall master of the main hall. In the next 300 years, the Tidal Temple will belong to me. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt relieved. When Zhuang Tianheng returned, the group of people he brought with him couldn't help but look at him. When some of the youngsters only saw Zhuang Tianheng and didn't see Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but frown and start whispering amongst themselves. Li Feng has already been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master. Hearing their whispers, Zhuang Tianheng swept a glance at them and said unhurriedly, "Don't worry." Li Feng was Duan Lingtian's identity in Zhou Mengtian's branch of the Tidal Temple. He was still using his old alias. His surname was taken from his mother, Li Ro, and his name was taken from his father, Duan Rafeng. What? Li Feng has been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master? How is he worthy? As soon as Zhuang Tianheng finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the people in Zhou Mengtian's branch of the Tidal Temple. This was especially true for the youngsters. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The people from the other branches of the Tidal Temple arrived one after another. The people in the main hall had also arranged accommodations for them. Apart from Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mengtian's branch of the Tidal Temple, no one knew that the hall master of the main hall had died. Days passed one after another. Soon enough, the people from the other branches of the Tidal Temple had all arrived. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The grand competition of the main hall was about to begin. Lord Temple Master. When Duan Lingtian controlled Wu Hongqing's body and landed in the vast valley where the grand competition of the main hall would take place, the entire place was filled with awe and respect. The youngsters looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the people present. When he used his divine consciousness, he could not help but sigh. The Tidal Temple has recruited so many geniuses. It's no wonder the Tidal Temple is so powerful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Tidal Temple strength. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the entire place fell silent. Although there were many people present, no one dared to speak. All of them were staring at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was the temple master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Originally, I was supposed to host the grand competition of the main hall. However, it just so happens that I've gained some insights in the past few days, so I decided to continue cultivating. For this reason, I'll let someone else host the grand competition of the main hall. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people were disappointed. However, most of them expressed their understanding. After all, they could not afford to make any mistakes in their cultivation. The grand competition of the main hall will be hosted by Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mingtian's sub-hall. When Duan Lingtian said this, many people were not shocked. After all, Zhuang Tianheng was indeed qualified to host the grand competition of the main hall. However, when Duan Lingtian continued to speak, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Apart from that, in order to focus on cultivating, I'll step down from my position as the hall master of the main hall. From today onward, Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mingtian's sub-hall, will take over my position and become the hall master of the main hall. The moment these words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, the entire scene was in an uproar. What? Lord Hall Master is passing the position of Hall Master of the main hall to Zhuang Tianheng? Although Zhuang Tianheng is the strongest person in the sub-halls, there are many grand elders who are more experienced and stronger than him in the main hall, right? How can it be him? Why is it Zhuang Tianheng? Many people present on the scene voiced their doubts. Naturally, they only whispered among themselves. They did not dare to voice their doubts out loud for fear of angering the hall master. However, there were still people who stepped forward. The people who stepped forward were 3 of the 4 remaining higher deities in the Tidal Temple who were stronger than Zhuang Tianheng. 2 of them were middle-aged men, and the last one was a young man. Lord Hall Master, this isn't appropriate. One of the middle-aged men said hesitantly, under normal circumstances, he should not refute the hall master's words in front of so many people. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Zhuang Tianheng was just a newly ascended higher deity. Who did he think he was? How could he be fit to be the main hall master and stand above them? Lord Hall Master, I think it's more appropriate for Elder Chu to take over the position of hall master. The other middle-aged man chimed in. As for the young man, although he did not say anything, based on his expression and gaze, it was clear he did not agree with Duan Lingtian's words. What? Do you have an opinion as well? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he glanced at the 2 higher deities before he shifted his gaze to the young man. His tone was calm and emotionless. Lord Hall Master. The young man who had not spoken earlier quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Guardians, your opinion is similar to mine. Zhuang Tianheng is only a newly promoted higher deity. In terms of strength, he's not even comparable to the 3 of us, let alone Elder Chu. In terms of status, he's only a hall master of a sub-hall. Elder Chu is the first vice hall master of the main hall. The young man was also one of the vice hall masters of the main hall. At the same time, the people from the other sub-halls held their breaths as they looked at the hall master of the main hall and the 3 high-ranking officials of the main hall. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. If anyone wishes to change my mind, they must first have the strength to make me change my mind. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 3 higher deities' expressions changed. At this moment, they even felt that the hall master in front of them had become extremely unfamiliar. Their Lord Hall Master should not be this kind of person. If their Lord Hall Master was this kind of person, even if they were dissatisfied, they would not have spoken out earlier. Boom! A loud explosion came from high up in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic palm print that seemed to be void came crashing down like a black cloud. It blotted out the sky and the sun and enveloped the three higher deities. The three higher deities, the two guardians, and one vice hall master of the main hall of the tidal temple, found themselves locked down by a powerful and invisible force. They could not even mobilize the divine energy in their bodies. In the next instant, before they could even react, the palm imprint in the sky had already come crashing down with a loud bang. Bang! With a loud bang, the void of the plane shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. It took a while before it gradually closed. Meanwhile, the three higher deity-level upper echelons of the main hall were reduced to nothingness in an instant. It was as if it had been vaporized. Just like that, three higher deities perished. Even though the group of people present regained their senses one after another, no one dared to make a sound. When they looked at the godlike man standing in the void again, their eyes were no longer filled with reverence, but also with fear. Why was the temple master of the main temple so violent and bloodthirsty? All they did was express a different opinion. And the three higher-ups of the Prime Palace, all of whom seemed to be gods, were all killed by him? Furthermore, how could he be so powerful? Killing the three gods was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Lord Hall Master, those branch hall masters who had been in contact with the main hall master Wu Hongqing in the past could not help but frown. They felt that the hall master in front of them had become a little unfamiliar. Their impression of the hall master should not be such a person. Hall master. Just as the various branch hall leaders present were feeling puzzled, and the others were feeling frightened, an old and cold voice was already being emitted from the distance. In the blink of an eye, an elderly figure, Feng Su, appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a slightly unpleasant expression. "What, Elder Chu, do you have a problem with that?" Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him calmly and asked in an indifferent tone. Chapter 3909. Hall Master, don't you think you've gone too far? The old man glared at Duan Lingtian as he said with a dark expression, "The three of them have served the tidal temple for many years. Even if you've disrespected them, you shouldn't have killed them. Moreover, do you think it's appropriate for a sub-hall master to become the main hall master?" The old man asked in a deep voice, "Elder Chu, do you have something to say about this?" Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the old man. Although his tone was still indifferent, his gaze revealed coldness. "Humph." The old man harumphed coldly. "What, Wu Hongqing, are you planning to make a move on me?" As his voice fell, a powerful aura swept out from the old man's body. In the blink of an eye, it caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate, especially those of the younger generation with weaker cultivations. They were pressured by this aura to the point that their faces turned pale and they were unable to breathe. Elder Chu has broken through to the God King realm. Many of the sub-hall masters were shocked. Even Zhuang Tianheng, the sub-hall master of Zhoming Tian's sub-hall master Zhuang Tianheng, was shocked. That old man has broken through to the God King realm. With his attainments in the laws of profundity, even Wu Hongqing might not be able to kill him now that he has broken through to the God King realm. His attainments in the laws of profundity are even higher than Wu Hongqing's. Chu Hui, the vice palace master of the tidal temple, was the person with the highest seniority in the tidal temple. In terms of seniority, he was Wu Hongqing's junior grand uncle. Chu Hui's innate talent was ordinary, but his comprehension of the laws of profundities was outstanding. When he was a lesser god, he was said to be invincible below the higher god realm in the tidal temple. Not even an intermediate deity was a match for him. As soon as he became a higher god, he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the God King realm in the title temple. Now that he had broken through to the God King realm, even if he was only a lesser God King, he would be able to fight against an intermediate God King. Moreover, in Chu Hui's opinion, Wu Hongqing might not have been an intermediate God King in the past. Of course, even if Wu Hongqing was an intermediate God King, it was almost impossible for him to kill Chu Hui, who had broken through to the God King realm. Elder Chu has broken through. Elder Chu has broken through to the Divine King realm. Even if he's only a lower Divine King, I'm afraid he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a medium Divine King. Elder Chu is an expert in the law of destruction. Not only that, but his attainments in the law of destruction are unrivaled in the title temple. The hall masters of the various title temples sighed. There were even some people who whispered, I'm afraid that even the palace master might not be able to defeat Elder Chu. I wonder how the hall master will appear today. Will the hall master fight with Elder Chu? Of course, although these people were whispering, they also knew what could be said and what could not be said. If they felt that the hall master of the main hall was behaving inappropriately, they would not dare to say it out loud. They could only communicate with him telepathically. There were even people who hoped that Chu Hui would be able to defeat Wu Hongqing and take over the title temple as the new hall master of the title temple. Wu Hongqing's actions earlier had made them feel very uncomfortable. In fact, they did not feel safe at all. None of them wished for a tyrant to control their fates above them. This was not a good feeling at all. I didn't expect Elder Chu to have broken through to the God King realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him and smiled faintly. Elder Chu, is this why you're so confident? Chu Hui glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Wu Hongqing, do you really think you're capable of killing me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm afraid you're not capable of killing me. Chu Hui sneered. Is that so? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face remained unchanged. However, in just a blink of an eye, the smile on his face disappeared. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes as he shouted, Vice Palace Master Chu Hui of the main palace has offended his superior. Not only did he disrespect the palace master, but he even tried to attack the palace master. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it downward. The entire process was done in a casual manner, deliberately mystifying things. Chu Hui released his divine energy. The tyrannical God King's divine energy merged with his law of destruction and erupted with a terrifying aura of destruction. Many of the expressions of the younger generation from the sub-halls changed drastically as they bled from their 7 orifices. Fortunately, the sub-hall master had acted in time, so no one died. Otherwise, many of the younger generation would have perished just like that. Is this the aura of a God King? A God King is actually so powerful. Although I'm a demigod, I can't even muster the will to resist in front of this aura. As expected of a God King who's above the gods. He's too terrifying. At this moment, the sub-hall masters were looking at Chu Hui with reverence in their eyes. However, this reverence did not last long. This was because in the next instant, a faintly discernible giant palm suddenly appeared above Chu Hui's head and slammed down on him. However, Chu Hui did not seem to notice it at all. Bang! A loud sound rang in the air as the giant palm slammed down on Chu Hui, sending him crashing into the ground. At the same time, a bottomless palm print appeared on the ground. At the same time, a cloud of dust rose into the air. When the dust settled, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a bottomless abyss that was shaped like a palm print. The sub-hall master strength is actually so powerful. Vice Hall Master Chu has broken through to the God King realm. Even if he's only a lesser God King, with his attainments in the law of destruction, he should be able to fight against an intermediate God King. However, he's completely powerless in front of the sub-hall master. Did Vice Hall Master Chu get careless? Did Vice Hall Master Chu die? The people from the sub-halls of the Tidal Temple were dumbfounded as they stared at the bottomless abyss in front of them. However, the sub-hall masters were communicating through voice transmissions. They could hear the fear in each other's voices. Although they knew that the main hall master, Wu Hongqing, was extremely powerful, they did not expect him to be this powerful. A person who could fight against an intermediate god king was actually sent crashing into the ground with a single slap. No one knew if Chu Hui was dead or alive. Throughout the entire process, Chu Hui did not even have the strength to resist. "Come out. I haven't killed him yet." Duan Lingtian spoke at this time. At the same time, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Based on what the main hall master said, if he had killed Chu Hui earlier, Vice Hall Master Chu would have died. Bang! A loud sound rang from the bottom of the abyss. Following that, a figure shot up to the sky at lightning speed. However, he was in a wretched state. His robes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. After Chu Hui came out, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "You're not Wu Hongqing." "I'm not Wu Hongqing?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "What's wrong?" "Vice Hall Master Chu, are you saying that I'm not Wu Hongqing because you don't think that you're a match for me? You need someone to believe what you're saying." Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Wu Hongqing isn't as strong as you are." Chu Hui's eyes turned cold as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Did you possess Wu Hongqing? You think you're stronger than Wu Hongqing just because you possess him?" Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Do you really think that you'll possess the same cultivation base and strength as before you possess him?" Upon hearing the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Chu Hui, the palace masters of the various palace halls present on the scene shook their heads one after another. "Vice Palace Master Chu, it seems like you find it difficult to accept this fact." "That's right. Based on what Vice Hall Master Chu said, it's obvious that he doesn't need to fear Hall Master Chu anymore since he has broken through to the God King realm. However, he didn't expect Hall Master Chu to be stronger than him." Although these branch palace masters were whispering, Chu Hui could still hear them clearly. He was so angry that his expression was especially ugly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Who the hell are you?" This time, Chu Hui asked Duan Lingtian telepathically. "You don't need to know." Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and killed Chu Hui in front of everyone. The reason why Duan Lingtian didn't kill Chu Hui earlier and only killed him now was because he didn't want to kill Chu Hui too early. To the people present, this would serve as a greater deterrent. As expected, after Duan Lingtian killed Chu Hui, the whole place fell silent. Now, does anyone still have any objections to my decision? After killing 3 higher deities and a lesser deity king, Duan Lingtian looked around and asked in an indifferent tone. No one said anything. Even if some people were still dissatisfied, they didn't dare to refute, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the previous 4. Those 4 were all top-notch existences in the main hall. Yet, they were all killed by this main hall master, just because of a few words. They didn't think that the other party would show them any mercy. "It seems like no one has any objections." Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. "Since that's the case, Zhuang Tianheng will be the host of the main hall tournament. From today onwards, Zhuang Tianheng will be the main hall master. As for me, I will start cultivating in seclusion." At this point, he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. "If anyone tries to make things difficult for you or goes against you, you can wake me up and let me come out of seclusion if you can't deal with it yourself. I will help you deal with it." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was extremely cold. At the same time, he glanced at the various branch hall masters and some of the higher-ups in the main hall, making them completely forget about making things difficult for Zhuang Tianheng, the new hall master, in the future. Zhuang Tianheng understands. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hall Master. At this moment, Zhuang Tianheng stood up and thanked Duan Lingtian as he accepted the order. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Then, with a sway of his body, he disappeared. As for the main hall tournament, he was not interested in watching it at all. Currently, he was in a hurry to make a trip to the Tidal Temple's main hall's treasure vault to retrieve some items that would be helpful to his family. Chapter 3910. Duan Lingtian had come to the Tidal Temple to kill Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall, and secretly take control of the Tidal Temple. One of the reasons was due to his master, Feng Qingyang. Another reason was that he felt there were only benefits to be had. As the strongest force in the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple had a terrifying amount of resources. Although Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor, he did not dare to claim he had the same influence as the Tidal Temple in the Devata realms. After all, it took time to accumulate a foundation. It was not enough to rely on one's strength alone. It's better if I don't show myself, so they won't feel sad. I'll just disguise myself as someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and deliver the items to them. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he thought about his family. Although he felt it was a pity that he could not reunite with his family, he did not regret coming back. After all, he had already met all of his family members. It was just that his family members did not know he had returned. If her family knew that she was back, they would enjoy a moment of joy and then have to go through separation. After all, he had only returned with his clone. Duan Lingtian no longer paid attention to the grand competition of the main hall. He was confident Zhuang Tianheng, the new palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, would be able to take care of the situation. What happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Duan Lingtian had controlled Wu Hongqing's body to kill 3 higher gods and a primitive god king during the grand competition in the main hall. His actions had shocked everyone in the Tidal Temple's main hall and its sub-palaces. Although many people thought Duan Lingtian was a bloodthirsty person, they did not dare to offend him. However, none of them dared to say anything. After all, Duan Lingtian was not only the palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, but he was also the strongest person in the Tidal Temple. Even if he was no longer a palace master, he would still be like the retired emperor. Only a fool would dare to offend such a person. Currently, many of the vice palace masters were planning to complain to their seniors in the Tidal Temple about Wu Hongqing's atrocities when the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was reopened 300 years later. They wanted to ask the seniors in the Tidal Temple to punish Wu Hongqing. Until then, all of them planned to be obedient and obedient. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all these things. Even if he knew, he would not care. What happened to Wu Hongqing? He was not Wu Hongqing. Even if the Tidal Temple in the realms of the realms of the realm of the realms of gods, the Tidal Temple would not be blamed. Therefore, if he exposed, he would be in the palace's hall. Duan blamed betrayals, blamed the Temple of Godswood. There was the heavens realm of the gods. Blame, too, to dissect. S's the this, the of gods. At that time, Zhuang Tianheng would be the best candidate to take over the Tidal Temple. Those who were qualified or suitable to take over the Tidal Temple would have been killed by Wu Hongqing. To be more precise, they were killed by Duan Lingtian, who had impersonated Wu Hongqing. After the main palace's grand competition had ended, Duan Lingtian managed to obtain many cultivation resources with Zhuang Tianheng's help. All of them were cultivation resources that were beneficial to his family. Although Zhuang Tianheng was puzzled why Duan Lingtian wanted these cultivation resources that were useless to him, he did not ask any questions. Instead, he agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. I won't interfere with the Tidal Temple's matters. At most, I'll ask you for some cultivation resources, so you can do whatever you want. Therefore, There's no need for you to feel pressured as the palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. After 300 years, even if the Tidal Temple sends powerhouses from the realms of gods, they'll only punish Wu Hongqing. They won't make things difficult for you. At that time, they will discover that Wu Hongqing has died. Before that happens, I'll publicly announce that I've entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I'll also announce that I know some of Feng Qingyang's secrets. Duan Lingtian had already thought of many things and made arrangements for Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was worried he would become Duan Lingtian's puppet. Based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian did not intend to fully control him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had even prepared a backup plan for him. Lord Lingtian, if you have any requests in the future, I'll do my best to fulfill them, Zhuang Tianheng said confidently. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Since he had obtained the cultivation resources, he did not linger in the main hall of the Devata realm. After he left, he went to the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's family was. Then he donned a long black robe. His aura from the law of life was circulating around his body, making him look like a powerhouse who specialized in the law of life. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian arrived at his family's residence, he did not look for Li Fei and Huan, since they were too familiar with him. Even if he disguised himself, they would still recognize him. You're the young palace master's parents, Duan Rafeng and Li Ro? Duan Lingtian appeared in the small valley where Duan Rafeng and Li Ro lived. At this moment, Duan Rafeng and Li Ro were drinking tea and playing chess in the courtyard. They were playing the Chinese chess that Duan Lingtian had taught them. Duan Rafeng and Li Ro did not notice the black-clad man who had suddenly appeared. They only regained their senses when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice, and their expressions changed drastically. Before they could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian had already casually tossed the spatial ring that he had prepared in advance onto the chessboard on the table in front of Duan Rufeng and his wife. The young palace master gave me the items in this ring before he left. He asked me to give them to you at this time. Now that my mission is complete, I'll take my leave. Duan Lingtian pretended to have a hoarse voice. There was no trace of his original voice at all. Moreover, as soon as he finished speaking, he floated away. When he left, the life aura swept through the small valley. At once, the flowers and trees in the small valley began to grow madly. They only stopped growing strangely when the life aura disappeared. At this moment, Duan Rafeng and Huan finally regained their senses. They looked at the spatial ring in front of them and the flowers, plants, and trees that were growing wildly in the small valley. When they looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. After a while, Duan Rafeng claimed ownership of the spatial ring. He looked inside and sighed. Tian, you've done a great job. I feel like I'm useless as a father. Brother Feng, everyone has their own destiny. Tian is our son, and we should all be happy for him to have such a destiny. Li Ro smiled and said, Moreover, Tian won't think we're useless. Of course, I know that. I'm just a little emotional. Duan Rafeng shook his head. Although Duan Rafeng and Huan were shocked by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the black-clad man, they were relieved when they figured out the black-clad man was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The fact that Tian arranged for these cultivation resources to be delivered at this time shows how much he trusts the black-clad man. However, I've never seen this black-clad man in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Li Ro speculated. Perhaps he's hiding in the dark. Perhaps he's protecting us from the dark. Duan Rafeng said. Unbeknownst to the duo, their conversation had been overheard by the black-clad man who was hiding in the dark. After a long while, the black-clad man finally left. I have to make the best use of my time to improve my strength. If I encounter any bottlenecks, I'll have to enter the Emperor battle realm to train. It'll be beneficial to my cultivation and comprehension of profundities. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the mundane realm and made his way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, his true body was cultivating in the Tianlong clan's residence in the Tunglung province, in the mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. At the same time, he was refining supreme divine pills. He had also refined and delivered the divine pills he had promised Shui, Haichuan, and Dongfang Yannian. Apart from cultivating, he spent his time comprehending the law of space. There was no time in cultivating. Similarly, there was no time in comprehending the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Master hasn't returned yet? In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had just returned from the mundane realm. He could not help but frown when he learned that his master, Feng Qingyang, had not returned yet. It's been 10 years. Master still hasn't gotten rid of Mi Xian? If it were not for Feng Qingyang's soul orb, Duan Lingtian would have charged into the netherworld to seek revenge for his master. During these 10 years, he had spent most of his time in the mundane realm, protecting his family with his clone. Although it was unlikely that his family would be in danger in the mundane realm, he felt more at ease. During these 10 years, Duan Lingtian would often return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if his master, Feng Qingyang, had returned. 10 years had passed, but his master had yet to return. Now that I've reached a bottleneck in my comprehension of the law of space, it's time for me to enter the divine royal battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm again. However, for safety's sake, I'll have to form a clone using the law of space in the realms of gods. Otherwise, if I encounter the Earth Nether Elder of the Supreme Sect and fail to kill him even after using all my trump cards, it'll be a disaster for me if he finds out about my trump card. My clone using the law of space will be a great help to me. While Duan Lingtian was deep in thought, Duan Lingtian's main body in the realms of gods finally woke up from his cultivation and began to form his clone using the law of space. At the same time, his clone using the law of space in the Devata realm began to dissipate as well. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had already made all the necessary arrangements before the law clone was destroyed, so there was no need for him to worry about the consequences. Moreover, if he wanted to, he would be able to find a second divine, void-piercing shuttle and send his clone back to the Devata realm. I hope my master has returned safely by then. Duan Lingtian sighed. His mind wandered for a while before he finally calmed down and formed a new clone from the law of space. Chapter 3911. This was Duan Lingtian's third time forming a clone using the law of space. He was more familiar with the process, and it did not take long for him to successfully form his clone. At the same time, the other space law clone in the lower secondary plane was completely annihilated and no longer existed. A person could only form one clone using the same law of space. After successfully forming his clone, Duan Lingtian finally felt relieved. At the same time, he planned to enter the Emperor Battle Realm in a few more days. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Duan Lingtian came out from the Emperor Battle Realm. 10 years was not a long time for people in the realms of gods. It was just a blink of an eye. This was because many experts would cultivate in seclusion for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. It was not impossible for those who cultivated in seclusion for more than 1,000 years. This was because after becoming a god king, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even godly venerables who were half a step away from becoming a supreme expert were no exception. As for whether supreme experts would have to face a heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years, very few people knew. Most likely, only the utmost powerful beings and those close to them would know about it. It's been 10 years. That Duan Lingtian is still holed up in Shui, Haichuan's residence? For the Sky Dragon Sect's Vice Sect Master, Shuemingji, these 10 years could be said to be very torturous. Even before this, He never thought that he would have such a torturous time. This was because a lesser divine emperor, who had just become a divine emperor not long ago. He was tormented because Duan Lingtian's growth was too fast. He was worried that if Duan Lingtian continued to grow, the two middle-level divine emperors he had arranged for him would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Secondly, the two divine emperors he had arranged for Duan Lingtian had entered the emperor battle realm several times. Although they had returned safely, who knew if one of them would be unlucky enough to encounter the supreme sex, Elder Deming, and be killed? The risk was too great. For this reason, he had been tormented for the past 10 years. In fact, this was not the first time Xue Mingji had been tormenting himself like this. He had lost count of how many times he had been tormenting himself. However, this time, the chanting seemed to have an effect. Not long after, Xue Mingji received a message. Lord, Duan Lingtian has left Xue Haichuan's residence alone and is heading towards the entrance of the Emperor Battle Plain. It seems like he wants to enter the Emperor Battle Plain. Xue Haichuan is still cultivating in seclusion. This message was sent by the person he had arranged to monitor the vicinity of Xue Haichuan's residence for the past 10 years. Because this person was now in charge of patrolling the area, even if Xue Haichuan found him nearby, he would not be suspicious. Moreover, Xue Haichuan would never have thought that in order to kill Duan Lingtian, Xue Mingji would actually find two mid-level godly emperors to sacrifice their lives. That was a very high price to pay. Good, very good. After receiving the message, Xue Mingji's eyes lit up. At the same time, he took out a soul bead and sent another message. Duan Lingtian is heading towards the entrance of the Emperor Battle Plain alone. Tell them to prepare and wait for an opportunity to strike. Congratulations, the other party replied. You're about to get what you want. Let's hope so, Xue Mingji said. Before there was a result, he could not be 100% optimistic for the time being. He only felt that he had seen the dawn of hope. I know that the death of those godly emperors in the Emperor Battle Plain has a great impact on you. However, they are just incidental death warriors sent to you. They have no value at all. The other side sent another message with a smile. Don't forget, these two godly emperors entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plain twice. Not only were they not seriously injured, but they also killed several Greater One Sect's godly emperor disciples. Among them, there was also an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect. Even if the Greater One Sect's elder Di Ming acted alone, he might not be able to kill the two of them. From the other side's words, it was clear that he was full of confidence in the two godly emperors. Hearing this, Xue Mingji replied bluntly, I don't care how strong they are. What I care about is whether they can succeed. He had paid a great price to buy the two godly emperors. Death, they would definitely die. It just depended on whether their deaths were worth it. If he could successfully achieve his goal, even if the price was a little high, he would accept it. This was his choice. But if he could not achieve it, he would suffer a great loss. The risk would be borne by him alone. After all, he did not hire an assassin. The price of hiring an assassin to kill in the Tianlong clan was even greater. Perhaps the price of an ordinary godly emperor assassin would be higher than the value of the two godly emperors added together. Assassins were not only strong, but also flexible. As for godly emperors, they only had their master's orders in their hearts. They would do whatever their master told them to do. Their thinking was fixed and would not be flexible. It's just a lower godly emperor. Don't worry. The other side said casually, unless the target is already a middle godly emperor. Otherwise, under the joint attack of those two, he will definitely die. Hearing the other party's words, Xue Mingji relaxed a lot. Middle godly emperor? He did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through and become a middle godly emperor in just 10 years. Because even the proud sons of heaven of those godly venerable level forces would not be able to break through twice from the high godly king realm to the middle, godly emperor realm in just 10 years. The path of cultivation was more difficult the higher one went. The cultivation of a godly emperor was 10 times more difficult than that of a godly king. Even if one had more cultivation resources, such as divine pills and divine fruits, it would still take time to accumulate them. Therefore, he concluded that no matter how monstrous and heaven-defying Duan Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to enter the middle, godly king realm in such a short time. In reality, Duan Lingtian had indeed not entered the middle godly emperor realm. In fact, even though he had consumed many divine pills, and there was no lack of peak emperor level divine pills, his current cultivation was not only not in the middle godly emperor realm, it was even quite far away from the middle godly emperor realm. After leaving Shui Haichuan's residence, Duan Lingtian flew towards the canyon where the entrance to the emperor battle plain was located. From the beginning to the end, he did not tell Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian about this. In his opinion, if he told the two of them rashly, perhaps the one of them who was free would follow him in. If that happened, his planned training would definitely be affected. My current cultivation has reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck is no longer a problem of the accumulation of divine power, but a problem of the flow of divine power. After I entered the godly emperor realm, I rarely fought with others. If I want to increase the flow of divine power, fighting with others is the best choice. If it's a life and death battle, the effect will be even better. And my laws of space, the bottleneck I've encountered recently, is rather large. Even the divinity of the sovereigns no longer appears in my dreams to guide me. Although Duan Lingtian was anxious about his current situation, he also knew that it was useless to be anxious. He had to overcome it one by one. The problem of the flow of divine power could definitely be solved in the Emperor Battle Plain's godly Emperor Battlefield. As for the laws of space, perhaps he could solve it in the godly Emperor Battlefield as well. If he couldn't solve it, it wouldn't be too late to think of other methods. He could completely enter the middle godly Emperor realm first before considering a breakthrough in the laws of space. The laws of space, I've comprehended, are already faintly stronger than the laws that Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, and some of the weaker elders of the Black Dragons are proficient in. It's enough for now. The most important thing right now is to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. To Duan Lingtian, making a breakthrough in his cultivation required no delay. Sometimes he even wondered if the bottleneck in the laws of space had something to do with his stagnant cultivation base. This was because he had read all kinds of books in the mystic Handle Land in the realms of gods. Whether it was in the history of Tung Lung Province or the various regions outside of Tung Lung Province, there had never been anyone who comprehended the laws of space as powerful as he did when he was just a lower stage godly emperor. Up ahead is the cultivation ground of the Emperor Battle Clan. Over the years, the number of people here has been increasing, but many people have perished in the Emperor Battle Realm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a hilly area made up of small valleys. There were many people hovering in the air above them. Some were sparring, some were chatting, and some were having fun. Some were playing games unique to Tung Lung Province. Some were even betting with divine crystals. These people who joined the Tianlong clan for the Emperor Battle Realm are pretty optimistic. However, since they decided to enter the Emperor Battle Realm, it means they have already accepted death. It's normal for them to be so calm. If one wanted to reach the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, one would have to cross this area. In the past, when Duan Lingtian, Shui Haichuan, and Dongfang Yannian came here together, they had also passed by this area. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian heard a light noise coming from afar. Moreover, the noise was getting closer and closer. He raised his head and looked over. He saw a young man and a middle-aged man fighting fiercely, and they had attracted quite a few people's attention. This was also the only sparring match between middle-level divine emperors in the cultivation grounds of the Emperor War sect. Bang, 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 bang. When Duan Lingtian heard the noise, He saw the two figures moving closer and further away. However, they were still moving in his direction. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he instinctively came to a halt and looked over. A battle between middle-stage, godly emperors would give him a certain amount of inspiration, especially since it was just a battle. It's them. When the two people fighting got closer, Duan Lingtian recognized them. They were the two middle-stage, godly emperors who joined the Tianlong clan on the same day that Dongfang Yannian had mentioned. Boom! There was a loud noise. The two people launched a huge wave of attacks. When their attacks collided, both of them were sent flying. One of them was sent flying into the distance. The other person was sent flying in the direction of Duan Lingtian and the people around him. Chapter 39:12. When Duan Lingtian and the others in the surroundings saw one of the people in the battle flying toward them due to the remnant force of the battle, all of them instinctively dodged. Of course, they did not move too far away. Even Duan Lingtian did the same. I'm afraid that the strength of these two people is even stronger than an ordinary inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man who was not far away. Not far away, the cold-faced middle-aged man stared at the similarly cold-faced young man and shouted in a deep voice, "Again!" Okay. Hearing this, the young man with a cold face shook his body. He seemed to have turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the middle-aged man. After a while, he was not far away from the middle-aged man. At this time, the middle-aged man also moved. Boom! A powerful divine power swept out from the middle-aged man. It was infused with the profound meaning of the law. It spread out like a tornado and wreaked havoc in all directions. Those with weaker cultivations who were closer were blown away by this gust of wind. Those with higher cultivation bases also took a few steps back. Only a few divine emperors like Duan Lingtian were not affected. However, the middle-aged man's next move and the young man's next move stunned the divine emperors, including Duan Lingtian. Bang! Bang! Along with two earth-shattering explosions, whether it was the middle-aged man or the young man, both of them turned around and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. They did not use any divine weapons in the fight. At this moment, one of them took out an upper-grade divine saber, and the other took out an upper-grade divine sword and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Their gazes were firm, and they did not hesitate in the slightest from beginning to end. Their movements were as smooth as flowing water, as if they had rehearsed this scene many times. They want to kill me. Duan Lingtian was the first to regain his senses. He felt goosebumps on his scalp as he tried to use the teleportation profundity to escape. However, he discovered the middle-aged man was skilled in the law of space as well. He had disrupted the space around him, making it impossible for him to use the teleportation profundity. I'm afraid these two fellows have long planned this. They are here to kill me. At this moment, if Duan Lingtian still did not realize this, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. These two middle-level god emperors had entered the Tianlong clan on the same day. Now, they were trying to kill him in the Tianlong clan. It was obvious that they were prepared to die. Last time, when they glanced at me, I thought it was because they were looking at Brother Yannian and me. After all, Brother Yannian was the one who personally brought that young man to the Emperor Battlesek's cultivation ground. Now it seems that they were looking at me. Right now, Duan Lingtian couldn't teleport. Even if he had 99 heavenly veins, it would be too late to use his divine power to dodge. Moreover, his opponent's attack could still change direction. It happened so suddenly that even the Black Dragon Elder and the Golden Dragon Elder needed time to react. I won't wait for them. I'll take care of those who want to kill me myself. Duan Lingtian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Although his cultivation hadn't improved much in the past 10 years, his comprehension of the law of space had improved. Now he could even more perfectly manifest the law of space. If a god emperor didn't show up, no one would be able to tell. And the Tianlong clan clearly didn't have a god emperor. What's going on? Heavens! Are they trying to kill him? They're trying to kill him. At the same time, the few low-level god emperors nearby showed no intention of helping Duan Lingtian. Instead, they all retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire if the two middle-level god emperors attacked Duan Lingtian. They were all low-level god emperors who had joined the Tianlong clan during the War of Emperors. They had never seen Duan Lingtian before, so it was normal that they didn't recognize him. Whoosh! The young man with a cold expression slashed out with his sword, causing the air to tremble. The sword ray that was like a meteor pierced through the air and headed straight for the space between Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows. Moreover, it extended an aura that locked onto Duan Ling Tian. Buzz! The middle-aged man swung his saber. Several spatial saber lights whizzed out, causing the space around Duan Ling Tian to sway. At the same time, the saber lights gathered and turned into a saber light prison, trapping Duan Ling Tian inside. The two middle-level god emperors were originally exchanging pointers, but in the blink of an eye, they changed their target and attacked Duan Ling Tian. That's Duan Ling Tian. I saw him in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. Two middle-level god emperors from the Emperor Battle sect want to kill Duan Ling Tian? Are they crazy? Not only is the Black Dragon Elder here, but the Golden Dragon Elder is here too. At the same time, the people from the Emperor Battle sect, who had retreated a long time ago, regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. Obviously, they did not expect the situation to change so drastically in the blink of an eye. It was not an exaggeration to say that this change was earth-shattering. Duan Ling Tian is only a low-level god emperor. I'm afraid he's going to be killed. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Who are these two people? Why would they risk their lives to kill Duan Ling Tian in the Tianlong clan? They're using their lives to exchange for Duan Ling Tian's life. Two middle-level god emperors using their lives to exchange for Duan Ling Tian's life, a low-level god emperor. It sounds like a losing trade, but it's actually a great profit. Many of the people from the Emperor Battle sect who had regained their senses had the same thought. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian, who was imprisoned by the saber light prison, faced the young man's sword that seemed to have gathered all his strength into a single point. It was aimed at the spot between Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows. It was obvious that the young man wanted to kill him with one strike. Die! The middle-aged man roared. The saber light continued to wreak havoc as it surrounded Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, two furious roars rang out as Duan Ling Tian was attacked from both sides. They spread to half of the Tianlong clan. Stop! You're courting death! One of the voices belonged to the Black Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect. The other voice belonged to the Golden Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm. They had not paid much attention to the fight between the two middle-level god emperors. They had only scanned the area with their divine senses and did not find anything out of the ordinary. Moreover, the two of them had often sparred with each other in recent years, and there had been no problems. Because of this, neither the Black Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect, nor the Golden Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm, had expected the two of them to suddenly change their target and attack Duan Ling Tian, who had just passed by the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect. When Duan Ling Tian had arrived, they had already noticed him. They had even paid attention to him for a while before shifting their attention away. After all, they had to patrol the surrounding area. It was impossible for them to keep their attention on Duan Ling Tian. Even though Duan Ling Tian was outstanding, they were still curious about Duan Ling Tian. However, they did not expect that not long after their attention was diverted, the two medium divine emperors who were originally sparring would suddenly attack Duan Ling Tian. Everything happened so quickly that they did not even have time to react. The Golden Dragon Elder was further away. However, because he was stronger than the Black Dragon Elder, he reacted at the same time as the Black Dragon Elder. Bang! Boom! Then, The two of them attacked almost at the same time. Two overbearing forces pierced through the air. The Golden Dragon Elder's technique fell from the sky. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Then it condensed into two rays of sword light that shot toward the two people who had attacked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, although they had attacked at the same time, there was a hint of reluctance in their eyes. This was because they felt that it was too late. Although they had reacted quickly, they were still too late. Even if they managed to kill the two of them would be able to kill Duan Lingtian before their attacks landed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder could react and attack, Duan Lingtian's divine power had already burst out of his body. The space law ultimacy followed him like a shadow. A high-grade divine sword also appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the shadow of an armor appeared. It was a medium-grade divine weapon that Duan Lingtian had activated. Although it could not block the attacks of the two people in front of him, it was enough to slow them down. Control! Then, when the sword and saber were about to hit him, Duan Lingtian had a thought in his mind. Suddenly, the space around his body started to vibrate violently. Space was pulsating so quickly that even the Golden Dragon Elder, who was paying close attention to the battlefield, did not notice it. Not to mention the Black Dragon Elder and the two middle-level Divine Emperors who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Die. The middle-aged man and the young man not only looked cold, but there was no emotion in their eyes. It was as if it did not matter if Duan Lingtian died or if they were killed. As for the attacks of the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder, they completely ignored them. They were still fully focused on killing Duan Lingtian. It was as if they would not rest until they killed Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! Soon, loud noises spread around Duan Lingtian, who was in the middle of the space storm. It was deafening. At the same time, the onlookers sighed in their hearts. Duan Lingtian, the most brilliant genius of the Tianlong clan, is going to die today. A genius like Duan Lingtian, even in the Tunglung province, is a top genius. It is a pity that the heavens are jealous of such a genius. Today he will die here. These two people are going all out to kill Duan Lingtian. How much hatred do they have? At this moment, not only the onlookers, but even the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder thought that Duan Lingtian was going to die. Little guy, the only thing I can do for you is to kill them and avenge you. The Golden Dragon Elder, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe, appeared in the void. He looked down and sighed softly. Behind him, a black-clothed middle-aged man with a black dragon token hanging from his waist appeared at the right time and sighed at almost the same time. Chapter 30, 9:13. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder sighed. They both thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, in the next moment, something happened in front of them. Their expressions froze. Boom! Rumble! In the energy storm far below, the two of them attacked the two middle-level Divine Emperors who had attacked Duan Lingtian. However, the two middle-level Divine Emperors' attacks were all crushed by the space energy around Duan Lingtian. The space energy around Duan Lingtian was like an invincible wall. It blocked all the attacks that were about to hit him. What a terrifying defense! Even the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They saw that the defensive divine weapon's shadow on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body had only become dimmer. It was not destroyed at all. You want to kill me with your little strength. An indifferent voice came out from the space storm. At the same time, two condensed space sword radiants came out. They were entwined with two upper-level divine swords. They whizzed out and aimed at the two middle-level divine swords. The two middle-level Divine Emperors had been focused on killing Duan Lingtian. They had used all their strength. Even the inertia of their bodies had been aimed at Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they had no time to dodge Duan Lingtian's attack. It was too close. Moreover, even if they could dodge in time, they might not have the chance to do so. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Although they were men of sacrifice, they did not have any emotions. The meaning of life was to complete the task given to them by their current masters. This was also the ideology that they had been instilled in them since they were young. Moreover, their souls had been sealed, so they could not disobey their current masters. Even so, the scene before their eyes still caused great waves to rise in their hearts. They were extremely shocked. This low-level divine emperor had actually managed to block the two of them, who had used their high-grade divine artifacts. How was this possible? Now that they had been in the Tianlong clan for some time, they had a certain understanding of the strength of the Tianlong clan's divine emperor. They knew that they were even stronger than most of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elders. This was because once they fought with others, they would fight without any regard for their lives. A normal person would not be able to do this. And if the two of them joined forces to carry out an ambush under such circumstances, even if it was any of the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Yet now, not only had the young man survived, he was also completely unscathed. As for their attacks, they had been completely nullified by the spatial storm surrounding the young man. Even Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan couldn't have escaped unscathed under such circumstances, could he? Roar! However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's counterattack, the two sword rays that seemed to be able to shatter everything, they simultaneously let out a low roar from the depths of their throats. Then they actually used their bodies to block the sword rays in front of them, and their actions were still to continue their attacks, covering Duan Lingtian's body. It was as if they were going to kill Duan Lingtian, even if they had to risk their lives. This time, the spatial storm around Duan Lingtian's body had obviously become much dimmer. After keeping a low profile for a while, it shattered into pieces, and even the phantom of the defensive divine artifact was destroyed. Then Duan Lingtian was swept away by the residual power of the two's attacks, and he was sent flying backward, spitting out congested blood from his mouth. This was not an act. He was really injured. Of course, it was only a moderate injury. As long as he took a divine healing pill, he would be able to recover 70 to 80% in a quarter of an hour at most, and he would be fully recovered in a few hours. The last attack was, of course, done on purpose. Although he could perfectly manifest the way of control in the form of the law of space, and even Elder Bai Long could not see through the clues. He did not want to make it too exaggerated. Otherwise, even if Elder Bai Long could not see through it, he would definitely make more guesses. It was better to be careful. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Duan Lingtian was sent flying backward, he barely managed to stabilize himself in the distance, and his face was slightly pale. The bodies of the two middle-level God Emperors were also hit by Duan Lingtian's sword radiance. After the sword radiance hit their bodies, it split into many sword radiances, shattering their hearts and heavenly veins. A few sword radiances that carried a wisp of Duan Lingtian's soul power directly destroyed their souls. When the two were killed by Duan Lingtian, their lifeless eyes were wide open, and their corpses were about to fall to the ground. Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long's attacks arrived. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds rang out, and the void trembled. The two corpses instantly turned into a bloody mist, and then the bloody mist evaporated in the air. A powerful force rubbed against the air, creating an extremely high temperature, and the fine bloody mist could not maintain its original state. At this moment, the vast cultivation ground of the Emperor War sect returned to its original tranquility. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. The sound of heavy breathing came from Duan Lingtian. Since he had decided to put on a show, he had to go all the way. Duan Lingtian was very professional in this aspect. However, even though he looked battered and exhausted, the other people present, as well as those who had sensed the commotion, looked at him with eyes full of shock. Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple who had just entered the lower-level God Emperor realm, 10 years ago. Today, facing the ambush and encirclement of 2 middle-level god emperors, not only did he not die, he even killed the 2 of them. As for Elder Bailong and Elder Bailong's attacks, they were ignored. Even if Elder Bailong and Elder Bailong were not there, the 2 of them would have died without a doubt. In fact, the attacks of Elder Bailong and Elder Bailong might have made the 2 of them even crazier under the pressure, which led to them attacking Duan Lingtian with extraordinary strength. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful. Is he really just a middle-level god emperor? It can't be wrong. The divine power he just displayed is indeed the same as ours. He's just a middle-level god emperor. There's no doubt about it. How can a middle-level god emperor be so powerful? In that situation just now, let alone a middle-level god emperor, even the white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan may not be able to escape unscathed as easily as he did. As the group of middle-level god emperors spoke, the others realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's strength was. Even the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan would have died in the ambush just now. After realizing this, they were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. They were Elder Bailong and Elder Bailong who had attacked just now. One of them was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and the other was a middle-aged man in a black robe. Duan Lingtian knew who they were just by looking at the identity tokens on their waists. One was a black dragon token. The other was a golden dragon token. Duan Lingtian greets the 2 elders. Duan Lingtian took out a healing elixir and took it. After recovering for a while, he forced a smile on his pale face and greeted the 2 elders in front of him. At this time, the 2 elders looked at Duan Lingtian with complicated expressions. They had thought that the person in front of them would definitely die, but they did not expect his strength to be so powerful that it was beyond their imagination. Even though he was injured later, it was still commendable. It was a miracle that a middle-level god emperor could do this. They knew that even the top middle-level god emperors in Tanglong province might not die in the face of what had just happened, but it was almost impossible for them to be as calm as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, amazing. The black-robed, middle-aged man, Elder Black Dragon, who is currently in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Wargate's disciples, gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up and praised him, but there was still a complicated look in his eyes. He also had a disciple who was already a middle-level god emperor, but compared with Duan Lingtian, he wanted to throw that disciple away. Whoosh! As for the golden dragon elder, he simply raised his hand and sucked Duan Lingtian's identity token into his hand. Duan Lingtian, I failed in my duty today and didn't have time to take action. Fortunately, you are fine. Here are 100,000 contribution points as compensation. Elder Yang, there's no need for that. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and stopped him. When he saw the other party's attire, he guessed the other party's identity. He was one of the few golden dragon elders of the Tianlong clan named Yang Feng. Reportedly, before Yang Feng joined the Tianlong clan, he was an outstanding genius of a god-emperor rank Taoist sect. After joining the Tianlong clan, he rose to prominence and now became a pivotal figure in the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, Yang Feng was recognized as the kindest golden dragon elder. Usually, even if an ordinary inner sect disciple was lucky enough to meet him and ask him for advice, he would not be stingy with his guidance. As a result, Yang Feng's reputation in the Tianlong clan was well known. Take it. I don't usually use my contribution points. After transferring the contribution points, Yang Feng returned Duan Lingtian's identity token to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, as if he suddenly thought of something, he added, "The sect will give you a satisfactory explanation for today's matter." With that, he nodded to Duan Lingtian and then left in a flash. As a top figure among high divine emperors, when Yang Feng left, even with his current strength and eyesight, Duan Lingtian only saw an afterimage flash by. He couldn't keep up with Yang Feng's speed at all. What a terrifying speed! Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He thought that if such a powerhouse had attacked him today, then even if he used all his trump cards, he would not have been able to escape death. This is just a high divine emperor who hasn't stepped into the god emperor realm. If it was a god emperor, then he would be even more powerful. Above the god emperor realm, there is the god venerable, and above the god venerable realm, there is the supreme powerhouse. God emperor, god venerable, that's not my goal. Only the supreme powerhouse is the goal that I, Duan Lingtian, pursue in my life. The look in Duan Lingtian's eyes became firmer. Chapter 39:14. The gold dragon elder Yang Feng didn't say any superfluous words. The whole process was neat and tidy. As for the black dragon elder, after seeing that Yang Feng, as the gold dragon elder, gave Duan Lingtian 100,000 contribution points, he finally transferred 50,000 contribution points to Duan Lingtian. Although the gold dragon elder was in charge of this matter, and even if he had to take responsibility, his responsibility wouldn't be too great. However, if he did nothing, who knew what the sect master would think? He knew that the sect master valued Duan Lingtian even more than the Azure Dragon sect disciples. Moreover, to him, befriending someone like Duan Lingtian would only bring him benefits and no harm. Duan Lingtian, my name is Wang Yizhan. If you need anything in the future, so long as it's within my power, you can look for me. After transferring the contribution points to Duan Lingtian, the Black Dragon Elder Wang Yizhan handed his soul bead to Duan Lingtian, a warm smile on his face. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. He didn't refuse the other party's good intentions and put away the other party's soul bead, even though he felt that it was almost impossible for him to use this soul bead. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Wang Yizhan was leaving, more and more people were gathering at the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation ground. They were the ones who had received the news and rushed over. Little Tian, are you okay? Dong Fangyanian had arrived, and his wife Ouyang Xueli was by his side. Both of them arrived before Duan Lingtian with a worried expression on their faces. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled and said with an indifferent expression, Why did you come here alone? Are you going to enter the Emperor battle plane alone? Where's Xue Haichuan? Ouyang Xueli frowned slightly. When she mentioned the name Xue Haichuan, there was some resentment in her voice. Sister-in-law. Almost as soon as Ouyang Xueli's voice fell, Xue Haichuan arrived. When he heard Ouyang Xueli's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, I'm sorry. In fact, Xue Haichuan didn't know that Duan Lingtian had left. Of course, even if he knew that Duan Lingtian had left, he wouldn't care, because he felt that no one in the Tianlong clan would attack Duan Lingtian. Moreover, even if someone attacked Duan Lingtian was a white dragon elder, with his current strength, Duan Lingtian, with his current strength, Duan Lingtian might not be able to hold dragon. Duan Lingtian with his current strength. At that time, the Black Dragon Elder who was in charge of that area would definitely be able to make it in time to save Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Xue Haichuan did not think any of the White Dragon Elders would risk their lives to kill Duan Lingtian. Even the 2 White Dragon Elders from the Thousand Devil sect would not do that. Long, Yanian Dragon Elder to Lingtian Tian. Duan Lingtian smiled. Besides, I have something to do. With my current strength, if you want to kill me in the Heavenly Dragon sect, only a high-level divine emperor can do it. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he was confident in his strength. I heard. Xue Haichuan exclaimed in admiration. 2 mid-level god emperors attacked you, but you not only stopped them, you even killed them. Moreover, those 2 mid-level divine emperors were stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Xue Haichuan was also shocked when he arrived. After the trip to the Emperor battle plane, he had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. He knew that Duan Lingtian was no weaker than an inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian had killed an inner sect elder of the supreme sect in the Emperor battle plane. Although it was a trick, he did have the strength to do so. Even if they faced each other head-on, it would take some time and effort. But this time, two mid-level divine emperors, who were no weaker than the inner sect elders of the supreme sect, joined forces to attack Duan Lingtian. They pretended to be exchanging pointers and attacked Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Duan Lingtian was not prepared at all. In this situation, even he could not guarantee that he could stop the two's attack in time. Even if he could, he would be injured. And Duan Lingtian? The first sneak attack by the two was forcefully stopped. It was not until the second time that Duan Lingtian was injured, and it was only a light injury. At that time, he knew that although Duan Lingtian had not broken through to become a mid-level divine emperor, he was stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Perhaps he was almost on par with the White Dragon Elder. Little Tian, I did not expect you to be so strong now. Dongfang Yannian could not help but sigh. When you break through to become a mid-level divine emperor, you will have the advantage of divine power. Even we might not be your match. Now, Dongfang Yannian was still confident that he could defeat Duan Lingtian. But when Duan Lingtian became a mid-level divine emperor, he did not have the slightest confidence. He even felt that it would be good if he did not lose too badly. It's only been 10 years, Dongfang Yannian was still sighing. In these 10 years, it seems that your spatial laws have improved a lot. It's all right. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, Xue Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian, and Ouyang Xueli stood there and chatted. More and more people came to watch. In the end, even Ding Yan came. As for Ho Qingning, because he had not come out of the Emperor battle plane, he naturally could not come at this time. Duan Lingtian, are you all right? When Ding Yan arrived, Duan Lingtian saw that even the daughter of Reverend Sikong Yu, had come. Furthermore, when she looked at him, there was a faint trace of worry in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. It seemed that this woman had not given up yet. However, although Duan Lingtian inadvertently saw this, he pretended not to see it. Ignoring Sikong Yu's somewhat disappointed and dejected gaze, he turned his attention back to Ding Yan. He squeezed out a smile and said, I'm fine. What? You haven't entered the Emperor battle plane recently? Asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. I'm planning to enter after some time, said Ding Yan. At the same time, he greeted Xue Haichuan and the other two. Because they knew Ding Yan was Duan Lingtian's good friend, Xue Haichuan and the other two were very polite to him. They did not treat him as an ordinary inner sect disciple at all. At this moment, when the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and the others gathered in the distance, they could not help but whisper among themselves. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian's strength to be so strong. When I think of the people from the Greater One sect saying that Duan Lingtian's strength is inferior to their Greater One sect's Shimin Longxiang, I find it funny. Shimin Longxiang's only record of killing a lesser divine emperor of our Tianlong clan. Today, Duan Lingtian killed 2 lesser divine emperors. Moreover, that scene was recorded by the sect's Great Protective Formation and recorded in the Floating Image Pearl. It's said that it will soon be available for us to borrow. That's great. I was just thinking that it was a pity that I didn't witness that scene with my own eyes. With the Floating Image Pearl, I can spend some contribution points to borrow it and have a look. I really didn't expect that a lesser divine emperor who's not even 3,000 years old would have such strength. His strength is clearly superior to most of the inner sect elders, and he's catching up to Elder by long. I think that even an ordinary new elder by long wouldn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to defeat him. Similar words sounded in Sikong Yu's ears. She stood there with her legs as if they were filled with lead. The gaze that shot out from her eyes landed on the back of the purple figure in the distance, revealing a somewhat gloomy expression. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye he would grow to such a level. In the past, I, Sikongyu, thought that he was only slightly stronger than me. Now it seems that it's difficult to close the gap between us. My personality is bad and my talent and comprehension are not as good as his. It's normal that he doesn't like me. Sighing faintly in her heart, Sikongyu gracefully turned and left, leaving behind a lonely figure that made people feel sad. Of course, very few people paid attention to this scene. This was because the gazes of the people present were currently more focused on Duan Lingtian. Unlike the bustling cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Sect, the atmosphere in the Tianlong clan's great meeting hall was incomparably somber. The clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, stood in front of the main seat with a gloomy expression. At the same time, his gaze fell on an old man with a black dragon token hanging from his waist. You took them in on the same day. You should know them better than anyone else. When the black dragon elder heard this, his expression turned solemn as he said, Clan leader, the impression they gave me that day was that they were stern and stern. At that time, I only thought that their personalities were like that. However, based on today's matter, that's not the case. Based on what Elder Yang said today, when the two of them attacked Duan Lingtian, they didn't care even when he attacked them. They weren't afraid of death at all. Some people also said that they didn't panic at all when they saw the two of them. It was as though they weren't afraid of death at all. All in all, I suspect that the two of them are suicide soldiers. Someone took advantage of the fact that the Tianlong clan was recruiting disciples to recruit the Emperor Battle Sect to kill Duan Lingtian. I'm sure the person behind this has a grudge against Duan Lingtian. The Black Dragon Elder's words hit the nail on the head and determined that the two of them were suicide soldiers. Even Elder Yang said that their actions and courage were no different from suicide soldiers. Clan leader. At this moment, another Black Dragon Elder stood out. The two of them didn't directly enter the battlefield in the Emperor Battle Plain when they just joined the clan. Instead, they only entered when the time set by the clan was almost up. They seemed to be unwilling. This clearly doesn't match what one of them said to the White Dragon Elder Dongfang Yannian. Over 10 years ago, Dongfang Yannian brought that young man to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Sect. On the way, Dongfang Yannian chatted with him. He said that he had a grudge against the Greater One Sect. Why would someone who had a grudge against the Greater One Sect wait until the time set by the clan was almost up before entering the battlefield? He was clearly lying. Based on the current situation, I also feel that the possibility of them being suicide soldiers is very high. Chapter 39:15. Death Sworn. The Tianlong clan, a grand divine Emperorian rank force, actually had Death Sworn infiltrated? When he heard the second Black Dragon Elder speculate the same thing, the complexion of the Tianlong clan's sect master Long Qingchong became extremely gloomy in an instant. The person who did this was tantamount to slapping the Tianlong clan in the face. They should be Death Sworn. At the same time, the only gold dragon elder present, Yang Feng, also opened his mouth. I have observed them for a while. They usually live in seclusion and are reserved. Even when others talk to them, they are indifferent. Plus, they aren't afraid of death. How many people are really not afraid of death? Even if they aren't afraid of death, but when faced with a life or death crisis, they instinctively feel fear, right? But they don't seem to know what fear is. Since Yang Feng said so, the people present knew that the two people were most likely loyalists. Intermediate Divine Emperor Deathsworn, what a big move! A Black Dragon Elder exclaimed. Who is that little guy Duan Lingtian? How did he provoke others into sending Divine Emperor Deathsworn to kill him? Another Black Dragon Elder was puzzled. That's right. A middle-level godly Emperor Deathsworn is not an ordinary Deathsworn. Even ordinary superior divine emperors don't have enough financial resources to buy the life and death of two intermediate divine Emperor Deathsworn. When the black dragon elder who spoke before spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment and then said with a wry smile on his face, "I don't mind if you laugh at me, but with all my current savings, I'm afraid that I can only buy the life and death of one intermediate divine emperor death-sworn at most. Could it be the work of a divine emperor powerhouse? A black dragon elder guest?" But his voice had just fallen when Long Ching-chong concluded decisively, "Impossible! If a divine emperor powerhouse really wants to kill Duan Lingtian, why would he need to find a divine emperor death-sworn? He could have openly entered the Tianlong clan and taken Duan Lingtian's life. Even if an emperor god is wary of our Tianlong clan's great sect protecting array, it would still be extremely difficult for the great sect protecting array to stop him. Moreover, if our Tianlong clan doesn't hand over the Duan Lingtian to him, he can completely block our Tianlong temple's entrance and kill every single person from our Tianlong clan that leaves." Many people nodded after hearing Long Ching-chong's words. They felt that it was impossible for a divine emperor to do this. If it's a person, even if he's not a god emperor expert, he should be at least a high-level god emperor. If it's not a high-level divine emperor, then it's probably the work of some divine emperor-level force. If you want to investigate, start from the high-level godly emperors who have grudges with Duan Lingtian, as well as the godly emperor forces. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The news has already spread. Now, everyone in the Tianlong clan is in a state of panic, especially the younger disciples. Many of them are saying that if it wasn't Duan Lingtian who was killed today, but them, they would have died without a doubt. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, and let the clan disciples know that the Tianlong clan will not let go of anyone or any force that offends the Tianlong clan. This meeting of the Tianlong clan's upper echelon was filled with anger. Almost every upper echelon present was furious. Of course, there were exceptions. Xue Mingji, the Tianlong clan's vice-clan leader, was in the clan's encampment. Naturally, he had to be present at this meeting of the upper echelons of the Black Dragon clan. In the meeting, he, like the others, was filled with righteous indignation. He hated the person who had sent the men of sacrifice, and he looked as if he could not wait to find the person behind the scenes and kill him. Before Xue Mingji returned to his own cultivation grounds, everything was calm and tranquil. Even if someone greeted him on the road, he would respond with a smiling face, without the slightest hint of abnormality. When he returned to his place of practice, he threw away the formation plate and set up an isolation array. Then, his face became completely gloomy and ugly. Damn it! They actually failed. Those two men of sacrifice are simply useless. I've spent almost half of my life savings, but they couldn't even kill a low-level divine emperor. Damn it! At this time, Xue Mingji was no longer as calm as before. He looked as if he had gone mad and was extremely angry. It was not until about 15 minutes later that he calmed down a little. However, his eyes were still bloodshot, his face was pale, and his body was still trembling slightly. "Little girl," Xue Mingji sent a message to his daughter, asking her to come over. At the same time, he reminded her, "Don't bring Zhong Ken with you. Come over alone." "Father, I heard they failed." A message came from the other side. "I'll come over alone now." Before long, a beautiful figure arrived. It was Xue Mingji's daughter. "Little girl, based on what you said earlier, it's obvious you know the two men of sacrifice have failed. From now on, don't tell anyone about this matter, including Zhongken. This time, whether it's the clan leader or the Golden Dragon Elder, who I've been able to contact for the time being, they're furious about this matter. They're even determined to find the person behind the scenes for the time being. You should know how serious this matter is. If they find out that I'm responsible for this matter, even if I'm the vice-clan leader of the Tianlong clan, I won't be able to escape death. I'm not afraid of death. After all, I've lived for tens of thousands of years. What I can't let go of the most is you." Xue Mingji sighed. "Father, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't tell anyone about this matter." "Good. Then I'm relieved. Father, what should we do next? They won't find out about you, right? Don't worry. I'll do my best. However, you must be mentally prepared. I plan to blame the Myriad Demon sect for this. The Myriad Demon sect? Yes, the Myriad Demon sect has a grudge with the Duan Lingtian. Kuang Tianzheng even risked his life to kill Duan Lingtian. It's reasonable to say that the Myriad Demon sect paid a huge price to hire 2 men of sacrifice. However, I'm afraid not many people would believe that the Myriad Demon sect paid the price for the 2 elders of the White Dragon sect. The Myriad Demon sect, as a godly emperor sect with a decent foundation, is capable of buying the lives of 2 middle-level godly emperors of sacrifice. Father, I don't care about the lives of the others in the Myriad Demon sect, but Brother Ken, don't worry. I'll do my best to protect Zhong, Ken. Thank you, Father! At the same time, in another part of the Tianlong Temple, Duan Lingtian, accompanied by Ding Yan, came to meet the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. The clan leader whom Duan Lingtian had always wanted to meet was finally going to meet him. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw Long Qingchong. He had heard many people describe Long Qingchong as the sect leader. Just like the rumors, he was tall and mighty, dignified and serious. Ding Yan greets the clan leader. Ding Yan took the lead to bow to Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong nodded at Ding Yan. A smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his stiff face. The last time I saw you was at revered Elder Sikong's place. I didn't expect you to have such great achievements in just a blink of an eye. Great achievements. When Ding Yan heard Long Qingchong's praise, he instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was next to him. He felt bitter in his heart. His mouth moved, but in the end he smiled wryly and said, "Clan leader, please don't praise me in front of Duan Lingtian. I feel a little ashamed." Ding Yan had seen Long Qingchong a few times. In fact, before he went to the Hidden Fog Academy in Tianfeng City, he had seen Long Qingchong before. Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, had a good relationship with Uncle Sikong. He often went to play chess with Uncle Sikong and chatted with him. Since Long Qingchong had been busy recently, he rarely went to Uncle Sikong. Ding Yan's words stunned Long Qingchong. Then he shook his head and said, "You can't compare him to you. Even I and the previous generations of geniuses in the Tianlong clan would be ashamed of ourselves if we were to compare ourselves to him, let alone you. A lesser divine emperor who is not even 3,000 years old. His battle prowess is comparable to Elder by longs. Moreover, he is only an inner disciple now. This is the first time in the long history of the Tianlong clan that such a freak has appeared." When Long Qingchong reached the end of his sentence, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Didn't they say the Tianlong clan's clan leader was a serious person? How could he joke like this? Or did he not take it seriously? Seeing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, Long Qingchong's expression turned serious again. He asked bluntly, "Duan Lingtian, do you have any clues about the 2 mid-level divine emperors who attacked you this time?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard this. "Sect leader, do you want to ask me if I suspect the person behind this?" "Yes." Long Qingchong nodded. "Yes." Duan Lingtian spoke frankly without the slightest hesitation. "Who?" Long Qingchong's calm eyes turned completely sharp when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Qingchong calmly and said word by word, "Either it's the 1,000 Demon sect, or it's Vice Sect Leader Shui." Vice Sect Leader Shui. In the Tianlong clan, there was only one Vice Sect leader with the surname Shui, and that was Shui Mingji. When Long Qingchong heard Duan Lingtian's words, and his eyes narrowed slightly, Duan Lingtian continued, "There are many people and forces who want me dead. However, only the 1,000 Demon Sect and Vice Sect Leader Shui have the financial resources to hire 2 mid-level divine emperors to risk their lives to kill me in the Tianlong clan. Of course, this is just my guess. However, it will be difficult to find any clues. After all, both of the men of sacrifice are dead. Duan Lingtian did not mince his words and did not hide anything. Whether it was the 1,000 Demon sect or the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader Xuemingji, they were nothing in the eyes of the sect leader of the Tianlong clan. In fact, he only needed to give an order to kill both of them. He did not even need to do it himself. I understand. Long Qingchong nodded after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Other than his eyes narrowing slightly, there was no change in his expression. Chapter 39:16. That's it. After Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan left sect master Long Qingchong's place, Ding Yan's face was still full of confusion. Sect master called me over to ask that question. Since he got the answer, it's naturally over. What, you still plan to stay in Freeload? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No. Ding Yan smiled awkwardly. I just thought it was too fast. I just went in and came out again. The next moment, as if he thought of something, Ding Yan's face turned serious. Duan Lingtian, do you think the Myriad Demon sect or Vice sect Master Xue is more likely to be involved in this matter? I'm not sure. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It was really hard for him to say. The conflict between him and the Myriad Demon sect had started a long time ago. As for Vice sect Master Xuemingji, the conflict between them originated from Zhong, kin of the Myriad Demon sect. At the same time, Zhong, kin was Xuemingji's son-in-law. Xuemingji only had one daughter, so it was easy to imagine how much he valued his son-in-law. Last time, Kuang Tianzheng risked his life to kill him in the Tianlong clan, which caused a sensation in the entire Tianlong clan. Later, the sect told him not only to execute Kuang Tianzheng, but also to eliminate Kuang Tianzheng's family and disciples. Of course, Zhongken was excluded. It was precisely because Zhongken was Xuemingji's son-in-law that he was able to escape death. Not sure? Ding Yan was startled, then smiled bitterly. Just as you said in front of sect master, the 2 men of sacrifice are dead. I'm afraid there's no more clues. No one knows who did it. Is sect master going to ask the Myriad Demon sect master and Vice sect master Xue to swear a heart demon blood oath and have them swear that this matter has nothing to do with them? At this point, Ding Yan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, No, a heart demon blood oath doesn't seem to guarantee what happened in the past. It can only guarantee what happens in the future after the heart demon blood oath is made. What a headache, Ding Yan said, annoyed. What's there to worry about? Hearing Ding Yan say that he had a headache, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but find it funny. Even I, the person involved, don't have a headache. What are you thinking about? All right, don't think about it anymore. Neither you nor I can interfere in this matter. Let the sect master do whatever he wants. Duan Lingtian was very clear in his heart whether it was the 10,000 Demon sect or Xuemingji. There was nothing he could do. Perhaps, with his current strength, he would be able to bring some trouble to the Myriad Demon sect. However, he was still a disciple of the Tianlong clan, and the Myriad Demon sect was an indirect subordinate of the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan would not sit idly by and watch their disciples cause trouble for the Myriad Demon sect. Besides, the 10,000 Demons sect didn't only have godly emperors. In the Tianlong clan, the 10,000 Demons sect had 2 white dragon elders. They couldn't ignore the 10,000 Demons sect. As for Xuemingji, he was in existence several times stronger than an ordinary black dragon elder. With his current strength, even if he used all his cards, it was almost impossible for him to kill Xuemingji. The gap between them was too big. Xuemingji was a veteran high-level, godly emperor, not to mention the gap in cultivation, even in the comprehension of law profound. he might not be able to compare with Xuemingji. That's true. Ding Yan nodded, thinking that Duan Lingtian's words made sense. At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort Duan Lingtian. It's okay. Even if the sect master doesn't give you justice with your growth speed, you can definitely get back at him by yourself. If we really can't find out who did it, we'll just kill both the 10,000 demon sect and Xuemingji. Ding Yan said. From his words, it was obvious that he had a lot of confidence in Duan Lingtian. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. Then he couldn't help but laugh. After Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan left, a figure followed behind them. The person who left was none other than the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, who had met with Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan earlier. After Long Qingchong left, he directly locked onto a direction and flew over. Not long after, he arrived outside a valley. At the same time, he sent a message. A moment later, a figure also appeared in the sky above the valley. It was the deputy sect master of the Tianlong clan, Xuemingji. Xuemingji saw the sudden arrival of sect master Long Qingchong. Although he looked calm on the surface, there was a storm in his heart. Did sect master discover something? Impossible. In the entire Tianlong clan, only my daughter and I know about this matter. Sect master, you shouldn't know. Although his heart was in turmoil on the surface, Xuemingji had a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, Sect master, is there anything you need from me? Although they were both high-level divine emperors and were fellow disciples, Xuemingji respected Long Qingchong from the bottom of his heart. This was because Long Qingchong was the leader of his generation. In the past, when he was young, he had set Long Qingchong as his goal and wanted to surpass him. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. As time passed, Long Qingchong left him far behind, causing him to completely give up on catching up to Long Qingchong. He no longer dared to think about surpassing Long Qingchong. What's wrong? We're already at the entrance. Junior brother Xue, aren't you going to invite me in? Long Qingchong looked at Xuemingji and asked with a smile. When Xuemingji heard this, he quickly greeted Long Qingchong. Sect master, I've been rude. Please come in. After a short while, Xuemingji invited Long Qingchong into the valley. When they arrived at his courtyard, he only sat down after Long Qingchong took a seat. However, he only sat on a corner of the table. His reverence for Long Qingchong was ingrained in his bones. Sect master, do you have any instructions for me? Xuemingji asked again. Long Qingchong looked at Xuemingji. He placed his right hand on the stone table and gently tapped his fingers on the table. His eyes were calm as he looked at Xuemingji as though he was observing something. Sect master, Xuemingji felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at by Long Qingchong. He, who was already feeling guilty, could not help but feel agitated. Of course, he still looked calm on the surface, but there was a hint of doubt on his face. At this moment, Long Qingchong stopped what he was doing, and his eyes turned from calm to deep. Junior brother Xue, I heard that you have some grudges with Duan Lingtian. Sect master, did you hear wrongly? Xuemingji was stunned. I haven't even met Duan Lingtian before. How could I have any grudges with him? Are you sure you haven't met him before? Long Qingchong smiled faintly. Or are you sure you haven't met him before, including the kind of person who watched from the dark? As soon as Long Qingchong said this, Xuemingji's expression finally changed subtly. He immediately understood what Long Qingchong was talking about. In the past, when Duan Lingtian had just joined the Tianlong clan and participated in the Hidden Dragon competition, Long Qingchong had gone to the scene and warned Duan Lingtian to give up his ranking. Otherwise, he would kill the former patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. At that time, Duan Lingtian did not do as he was told, so Long Qingchong was furious. Later, he even sent a black dragon elder to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjie. However, he died in the Linghu family. He was killed by a God Emperor expert from the Linghu family. He only found out about this when the God Emperor expert, Linghu Renfeng, personally went to the Tianlong clan to look for him. You went to the Hidden Dragon competition, but you did not show up. At the same time, Long Qingchong continued. After that, Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan went to your place, but he left the sect and died outside the sect. After that, a God Emperor expert appeared in the Tianlong clan and came to your place. Can you explain to me, what's the connection between these two? When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Xue Mingji with a faint smile on his face. Xue Mingji's expression changed again when he heard this. Sect Master, you know everything? He did not expect Long Qingchong to know that a God Emperor expert had come to the Tianlong clan and come to his place. Did this mean Long Qingchong's strength was close to that of a God Emperor? Only someone with that kind of strength would be able to detect the God Emperor's whereabouts. After all, the Tianlong clan's grand protective array had been threatened by the God Emperor expert to withdraw. Tell me. Long Qingchong still had a smile on his face, but Xue Mingji felt his hair stand on end when he saw it. However, he did not say anything in the end. He did not dare say anything. When Long Qingchong saw that Xue Mingji did not say anything, the smile on his face faded and he sighed. Junior brother Xue, we've been brothers for many years. I won't harm you. I promise you that nothing will happen to you. Long Qingchong added, although your master and my master had a falling out before that, your master, who is also my martial uncle, saved my life when I went out to train. I can't return the favor of saving my life to him, but I can return it to you. Long Qingchong said. Xue Mingji's pupil shrank when he heard this. How could such a thing happen? He suddenly remembered that his journey in the Tianlong clan until he became the Tianlong clan's vice sect master had been smooth sailing. It made him feel as if there was an invisible hand helping him. At that time he thought that his master, who had died in the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, was secretly protecting him. But now, it seemed that it was most likely related to the person in front of him. Looking at Long Qingchong's honest eyes, Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. Senior Brother Long, the God Emperor expert who came to the Tianlong clan, was the sister of Linghu Renjie, the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renfeng. After that, I asked around about her. She left the profound Handle land many years ago and went to the world of divine remains. But I didn't expect that she had already entered the God Emperor realm. As for Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan, he went to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjie because I promised him some benefits, but I didn't expect that he would be killed by Linghu Renfeng. I appeared at the Hidden Dragon tournament because of my daughter. She didn't want Duan Lingtian to enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon tournament and obtain the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill, so I threatened him with a voice transmission that if he entered the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon tournament, I would kill Linghu Renjie. Chapter 39:17. As Xue Mingji spoke, Long Qingchong listened. From the beginning to the end, Long Qingchong's expression was calm, as though he had already guessed all of this. Later, Xue Mingji mentioned the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng. He said that Kuang Tianzheng was coerced by him to risk his life to attack the Duan Lingtian. However, he was executed because he failed. It's really you. Long Qingchong looked deeply at Xue Mingji. His expression was still calm. I knew it. Based on the information I've investigated, Kuang Tianzheng is definitely not a person who is not afraid of death. At that time, I was wondering if he was being coerced by someone, and the only person who could coerce him, and the only person who would coerce him was you. As soon as Long Qingchong said this, Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you to have guessed it, senior brother. However, despite the bitter smile on his face, Xue Mingji's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. At least, based on the current situation, he was safe, even if the sect leader of the Tianlong clan knew that he was the culprit. Since Long Qingchong had made a promise, Long Ching-chong would definitely keep his promise. He knew Long Ching-chong very well about this. It was also because of this that he was so honest with Long Ching-chong. Those 2 men of sacrifice must have been your doing after Kwang Tianjing failed, right? Long Ching-chong asked. Yes. Xue Mingji nodded. I asked a friend of mine to pay a huge price to buy 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice. I've waited for more than 10 years since I joined the sect. It was only today that I finally found the opportunity. I didn't expect to fail. 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice? That's not a small price to pay. I'm afraid you've spent most of your savings over the years, right? Long Ching-chong asked indifferently. Yes. Xue Mingji nodded again. The bitter smile on his face became even more bitter. Long Ching-chong shook his head and said, You said earlier that you haven't even met Duan Lingtian. Why do you insist on killing him? He only has enmity with the 1,000 Demon Sect and Kwang Tianjin. You can stay out of this. Clearly, Long Ching-chong could not figure it out. In his opinion, with Xue Mingji's status, if Kwang Tianjin and Duan Lingtian were to fight, Xue Mingji would not need to participate. Sect leader, logically speaking, that is indeed the case. Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. However, you can't imagine how deep my only daughter's feelings for Zhongken are. If Zhongken is implicated because of the hatred between Kwang Tianjin and Duan Lingtian, and I don't help her, she will most likely threaten me with death. I only have one daughter. What can I do? Moreover, when I sent Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan to kill Linghu Renjie, Linghu Rinfeng humiliated me. I didn't dare to be angry at the God Emperor, but I still shifted my anger to Duan Lingtian. It was at that time that I began to think about various reasons, such as the hatred between him and my son-in-law in the future, and the speed of his growth. I don't want him to live. Who knows, when he grows up in the future, whether or not he will seek me out for revenge. With the talent and achievements he has displayed so far, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a God Emperor. Xue Mingji sighed after he finished speaking. Forget it. Long Ching-chong suddenly stood up. When Xue Mingji stood up in shock, Long Ching-chong looked at Xue Mingji and said indifferently, We have to give Duan Lingtian an explanation for this matter. You have no objections to this, right? Senior brother, what do you mean? Xue Mingji's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. 1,000 Demon Sect. After leaving these 3 words, Long Ching-chong flew into the sky and left. At the same time, before he left, he sent a message to Xue Mingji. Take care of your son-in-law. If he insists on becoming an enemy of Duan Lingtian, just abandon him. As for your daughter, you can do as you see fit. If you really want to go down the wrong path, I won't care about you anymore. You can do whatever you want. I won't help Duan Lingtian, but don't think that I will help you either. I owe Martial Uncle a debt of gratitude for saving my life. This time I'll return it to you. From now on, we'll call it even. Also, let me remind you, after what happened today spreads to the God Emperor forces, it won't be long before important people arrive. With the strength that Duan Lingtian has displayed so far, it's enough for him to stand out and shine in the 7 Mansions banquet. You should know how important the 7 Mansions banquet is to the God Emperor forces. At this point, Long Ching-chong did not say anything else. Xue Mingji was the only one left standing on the spot. His expression changed rapidly. The 7 Mansions banquet that only happens once every 10,000 years. Is it going to start again? It seems like Duan Lingtian will definitely leave the Tianlong clan and head to one of the God Emperor forces this time. If he goes to one of the God Emperor forces, I won't have a chance to deal with him anymore. Now, all I can do is put on a good show before he leaves. What's done can't be undone. I can only salvage the situation now. If he really wants to kill me in the future, it's not something I can control. It's impossible for me to leave the Tianlong clan in this lifetime. Xue Mingji knew very well that it was impossible for him to leave the Tianlong clan because he had sworn a heart demon blood oath in front of his master that he would devote his life to the Tianlong clan until his death. If he left the Tianlong clan, he would be breaking the oath and would not be able to escape death. Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by today's encounter, he did not take it to heart. First, he was fine. Second, 2 mere god emperors were not enough to scare him. Moreover, they had risked their lives to attack him in the Tianlong clan. This was not something that he could avoid by hiding in the Tianlong clan. Even if the Tianlong clan's vice-clan leader, Shuemingji, had risked his life to attack him in the Tianlong clan, there was nothing he could do. Of course, this was just a thought. It was almost impossible for it to happen. He did not believe that a high-rank god emperor like Shuemingji would risk his life to kill him. However, the previous battle has loosened the bottleneck of my cultivation. Now, I'm one step closer to becoming a middle-rank god emperor. At first, Duan Lingtian had returned to Shui Haichuan's place after parting ways with Ding Yan. However, after cultivating for a while and discovering that the bottleneck of his cultivation had loosened, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and enter the battlefield of god emperors in the monarch battlefield to experience and break through the bottleneck completely. When he came out again, he could begin to break through to the middle-rank god emperor. Of course, it would take a lot of time. Starting from the middle-rank god emperor, cultivation would become more difficult. Even if he had the best cultivation environment and resources, it would take time to accumulate. Its senior brother, Duan Lingtian. Senior brother, Duan Lingtian. As soon as they entered the monarch battlefield realm, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by a group of people. All of them were looking at Duan Lingtian intently. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I heard you killed 2 middle-rank god emperors even though you were attacked by them. How did you, a low-rank god emperor, manage to do that? That's too shocking. An inner sect disciple asked curiously. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard that. The profundities I've comprehended far surpass theirs. Moreover, I've mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Tao and fused it with my divine energy. That's why I'm able to unleash more powerful attacks. Naturally, it's also because of my cultivation path in the Devata realms. Although I'm not very old, I have a lot of battle experience. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. After all, he had just killed 2 middle-rank god emperors. One could imagine how the person behind this must be feeling right now. After all, the price of killing 2 middle-rank god emperors was not small at all. When Duan Lingtian thought about how the person behind this must be in a bad mood, he felt delighted. After all, they were the ones who wanted to kill him. That's true. At the same time, an outer sect elder sighed emotionally. I'm one of the first people to borrow the floating image pearl that recorded Duan Lingtian's battle a few days ago. In the floating image pearl, I saw a calm and composed Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid even Elder by Long would panic. However, Duan Lingtian didn't. Based on the outer sect elder's words, he seemed to hold Duan Lingtian in high regard. Naturally, there's no doubt about Duan Lingtian's strength. At the very least, I'm afraid no one in the sect is a match for him except for Elder by Long. He's the first person in the history of the Tianlong clan to possess such combat strength when he's only a primitive god emperor. Duan Lingtian is the #1 prodigy in the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of the flattery from the members of the Tianlong clan who surrounded him. He was not affected by their words at all. His goal was not limited to this. In his opinion, this little achievement was nothing. After a while, Duan Lingtian left the exit of the Heavenly Dragon City in the Emperor Battle Realm and made his way to the Divine Royal Battlefield. He had come here this time for the Divine Sovereign Battlefield. Duan Lingtian is going to enter the Divine Royal Battlefield again. I don't know how many Divine Royal disciples of the Tai sect will be unlucky enough to die in his hands. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, apart from Elder Deeming of the Tai sect, he won't be able to kill anyone on the Divine Royal Battlefield. The Tai sect's inner sect elders and primitive god emperors will definitely die if they encounter him. That's right. Duan Ling Tian's mastery of the law of space is not inferior to the law of wind. Moreover, he's able to kill an intermediate divine emperor, even though he's just a primitive divine emperor because of the law he comprehended. His attainments in the laws of space have even surpassed the attainments of most of the white dragon elders of our sky dragon sect. In the divine emperor battlefield, except for the greater one sect's elder Diming, the rest of the divine emperor disciples will most likely have nowhere to go if they encounter him. Is this former god of slaughter on the divine royal battlefield going to sweep across the divine royal battlefield and become the god of slaughter on the divine royal battlefield? That's unlikely. If he encounters Elder Diming of the Tai sect, even Duan Lingtian will have to avoid him. Chapter 39:18. Duan Lingtian came in? Yes, I heard that he went to the battlefield of the God Emperor. The Tianlong clan members in Peace City soon learned from their acquaintances in Sky Dragon City that Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor battle plane again and went to the battlefield of the God Emperor. And their conversation was also overheard by some of the Greater One Sect members. Suddenly, the faces of these Greater One Sect members did not look too good. Duan Lingtian was attacked in the Tianlong Temple a few days ago. He was killed by 2 middle-level god emperors whose strength was not weaker than the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. The whole process was very sudden, because the Greater One Sect had also taken the floating image pearls that had recorded the scene in the mirror image formation in the sect protecting formation and sold them openly in Peace City, and many copies had been made. Therefore, many disciples of the Greater One Sect had also bought the floating image pearls that recorded the scene and saw what had happened a few days ago. Even if they were Greater One Sect members, standing on the opposite side of the Tianlong clan, after seeing the mirror image recorded in the floating image pearl, they could not help but marvel at the strength of Duan Lingtian. In that situation, even any inner sect elder of our Greater One Sect would not be able to escape death, right? Is Duan Lingtian really just a lower-level god emperor? In the past, I thought that Duan Lingtian was not as good as senior brother Shimin Longxiang, but now it seems that senior brother Shimin Longxiang may not be as good as him. No wonder the Tianlong clan members say that Duan Lingtian is invincible under the White Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan. Based on the strength he showed in the floating image pearl, even in our Greater One Sect, he is also invincible under the Elder of the Earth Underworld. Even the Elder of the Earth Underworld may not be as good as him. His current strength is not much worse than that of the Elder of the Earth Underworld. He is even comparable to the new Elder of the Earth Underworld of our Greater One Sect. In the past, when the people of Greater One Sect saw the people of the Tianlong clan in Peace City, they often hooted, saying that the Heavens Prideling disciple Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan was not as good as their Greater One Sect's Prideling disciple Shimin Longxiang. Even if Duan Lingtian's battle achievements on the battlefield of the God Emperor were far higher than Duan Lingtian, they unanimously believed that it was the credit of the 2 white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan who had entered the battlefield of the God Emperor with Duan Lingtian and did not put in much effort at all. But their Greater One Sect's Shimin Longxiang had single-handedly killed a number of Sky Dragon Sect's low-level divine emperors on the divine emperor battlefield without anyone's help. 2 Longxiang of the Tianlong, heavenly one Tianlong ancestor of Tianlong ancestor. In fact, in this case, even if the people of the Tianlong clan were strong in their words, they still felt that Shimin Longxiang's strength was more convincing. However, with the events of a few days ago, the ironclad fact made them completely straighten their backs and gain confidence. How can your Greater One Sect's Shimin Longxiang compare to our Tianlong clan's Duan Lingtian? Now that Duan Lingtian has entered the battlefield of the God Emperor, does Shimin Longxiang still dare to go in and look for him? A Tianlong clan disciple asked a Greater One Sect disciple with a mocking smile. The latter's face flushed red, but he could not find any words to refute, because in all likelihood he did not dare to. Perhaps, now that Duan Lingtian had issued a challenge to Shimin Longshang would not accept as long as the price was a little higher. Where did that Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan come from? Isn't he a little terrifying? Yes, it's simply too abnormal. 20 years ago he was just a god king. 20 years ago he killed hundreds of our Greater One sect's god king disciples on the battlefield of the god kings. Because of this, the sect master found the sect master of the Tianlong clan in exchange for Duan Lingtian not to enter the battlefield of the god kings at the price of Shimin Longshang, not to enter the battlefield of the god kings. 20 years later, he actually has strength that is not weaker than our Greater One sect's newly promoted Earth Abyss Elder. In Tanglung Province, is there anyone who can grow faster than him? I don't dare to say anything else. Just based on the speed of his growth in the past 20 years, there has never been a second person like him in the history of Tanglung Province. It's impossible for such a person to stay in the Tianlong clan for long. The Tianlong clan is not worthy of him. Even if he doesn't stay for long, as long as he stays for a while, he will undoubtedly become a killing god on the God Emperor battlefield. He is only a lower God Emperor now. When he breaks through to the middle God Emperor realm, who will be his opponent on the God Emperor battlefield. At that time, even if many of our Greater One sect's Earth Abyss Elders join forces, they may not be his opponent. Could it be that in the near future he will dominate the God Emperor battlefield like he did in the past? While the Greater One sect's disciples were discussing in private, there was an inexplicable shock in their hearts, as if they had already seen a killing god on the God Emperor battlefield slowly rising. Perhaps before long their Greater One sect master would go to the Tianlong clan to discuss the Duan Lingtian God Emperor battlefield ban agreement. However, last time their Greater One sect could still use Shimin Longshang not to enter the God King battlefield in exchange for Duan Lingtian not to enter the God King battlefield. But this time? Now, even if they used Shimin Longshang, the Tianlong clan would most likely not care. Shimin Longshang's current record on the God Emperor battlefield was killing several lower God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. It was said that 2 years ago, when Shimin Longshang entered the God Emperor battlefield, he was almost killed by an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. Of course, this was what the inner sect elder of the Greater One sect said himself. As for whether it was true or not, only the person involved knew. Shimin Longshang was a serious person. Unless it was someone close to him who asked, it was difficult to know whether this rumor was true or false. However, at that time when this news came out, the mood of the Greater One sect was not depressed but rather high. Senior brother Shimin Longshang, with the cultivation of a lower God Emperor, he could escape from the hands of your Tianlong clan's middle God Emperor inner sect elder. Your Tianlong clan's inner sect elder is too useless, right? At that time, many people of the Greater One sect said this to the people of the Tianlong clan. However, after Duan Lingtian showed his strength a few days ago, no one laughed at the people of the Tianlong clan like this anymore. Because Duan Lingtian was an existence that they used to compare with Shimin Longshang. Now, Duan Lingtian could kill 2 middle god emperors with the strength of an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. How could they be complacent that Shimin Longshang had escaped from the hands of an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan? Humph! Maybe this time Duan Lingtian will enter the God Emperor battlefield and die in the hands of our Greater One sect's Elder Diming. There were also people of the Greater One sect who were jealous of Duan Lingtian's current achievements. They snorted coldly and cursed Duan Lingtian. Greater One sect. Hua! As the mirror image in the void disappeared, the young man standing on one side looked calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Don't be too pressured. And next to him, an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, with an immortal aura, spoke in a timely manner to comfort the young man. Master, I'm going to leave the Greater One sect and go over there. The young man said, You should have gone long ago. The old man sighed. Back then, I didn't approve of you staying. Even if Yin doesn't want to leave me, she can leave. You leave first, and when you have a firm foothold there, you can take her over. Don't worry, I'm doing well in the Greater One sect, and I'll take good care of Yin. Perhaps this time there will be a chance to step into the God Emperor realm. If there really is such a time, I'll take Yin to find you. If I can really step into the God Emperor realm, the Greater One sect has nothing to miss. As the old man's voice faded, the young man turned and left. Master, I won't personally say goodbye to Yin. Please tell her. I'm not worried about your strength. But in the quasi-emperor battlefield of the Emperor battle plane, who knows if there will be experts of the Tianlong clan besieging you? If you can't win, retreat. Master, this is what you taught me. As the young man's voice faded, he was already far away, floating like an immortal. This kid is teaching me a lesson. The old man shook his head with a smile, but there was still some reluctance in his eyes as he looked at the young man. Among his disciples, the young man in front of him was the most outstanding one. Many years ago, there was a force outside Tunglung province that was not weaker than the few God Emperor forces in Tunglung province, who had invited his disciple to join them. However, because his disciple was reluctant to part with his sister and him, he did not go over for a long time. I really didn't expect that he wouldn't go when I tried to persuade him in the past. Duan Lingtian's appearance has made him feel pressured. After the young man's back disappeared, the old man looked away and shook his head gently. Speaking of which, Duan Lingtian is really outstanding. Perhaps he and Long Xiang will meet at the 7 Prefectures banquet soon. The few God Emperor forces in Tunglung province must have obtained the floating image pearls by now. That brat Long Qingchong from the Tianlong clan even went to the Emperor battle realm personally to give a floating image pearl to each family? It's obvious that he's trying to maximize the benefits for Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Lingtian is really outstanding, I would have thought that he's Long Qingchong's illegitimate son. I really didn't expect that the disciple who took over from him would be so scheming. The old man was Shimin Longxiang's master, one of the supreme elders of the supreme sect. In terms of seniority, even the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, had to address him as senior uncle. Long Qingchong's master was the previous clan leader of the Tianlong clan. He was also the previous clan leader of the supreme sect. However, the current clan leader of the supreme sect was not his disciple, but the disciple of one of his junior brothers. Yes, I have to think carefully about what to say to Yin. The biggest separation that girl has experienced with her brother in this lifetime is when her brother went into closed-door cultivation. This time, her brother has left the supreme sect. She must be feeling terrible. The old man sighed inwardly before he floated away, leaving behind a shadow that dissipated with the wind. Chapter 39:19. Duan Lingtian didn't know about the commotion outside. He also didn't know that Shimin Longxiang, the genius disciple of the Greater One sect who saw him as an opponent, had also left the Greater One sect and Tunglung province after seeing the scryer recording of him killing the 2 middle-level God Emperor Death Guards. He had gone to a force that wasn't any weaker than the top God Emperor forces in Tunglung province that had recruited him many years ago. This is my 3rd time entering the God Emperor battlefield. Every time I come, my mood is different. My mood is different. Even the air here feels different. Duan Lingtian flew forward in the God Emperor battlefield, breathing heavily and revealing a faint smile on his face. The first time he came, he was vigilant. He knew that if he encountered the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect, he would almost certainly die. The second time, with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian by his side, he was fearless but also less hot-blooded. This was the 3rd time he had come here, and just like the first time, he was alone. His heart was filled with hot blood, and he pressed forward courageously without fear. With my current strength, if I use all my trump cards, as long as I don't encounter the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect, who is especially powerful. I am confident that I can make him stay in the God-Emperor battlefield forever." Duan Lingtian thought to himself, whether it was the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan or the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect, there were few people who were very powerful, surpassing ordinary White Dragon Elders and Earth Nether Elders. These people basically had the strength to defeat ordinary High God Emperors with the cultivation of a middle-level God Emperor. Compared to these White Dragon Elders, even Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were a little lacking. However, the number of such White Dragon Elders was very small in the Tianlong clan, only 1 or 2, and the Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect were also very few. "There's someone there." Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed, and with a few teleportations, he appeared on the peak of a dangerous mountain. Duan Lingtian stood on the side of the cliff at the peak of the dangerous mountain. He calmly looked at the cave that had clearly been dug out not long ago. He casually slapped the entrance of the cave with his palm. Bang! With a loud bang, the entrance of the cave was filled with sand and stones. It was a complete mess. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the cave, accompanied by a shout. "One of us!" One of their own? Hearing the sound, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, but at the same time he quickly retreated. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. When he saw this person, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He was indeed one of them, and he could even be considered an acquaintance. In the past, when Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor battle plane for the first time, this person had coldly snorted at him. At that time, Duan Lingtian was baffled, but after someone told him about this person's identity, he finally understood. The person in front of him was none other than the person Duan Lingtian had met before, Luyin. He was one of the 2 White Dragon Elders of the 10,000 Demon sect. At the same time, Luyin was the previous sect master of a divine emperor-level sect, the Hidden Fog sect. He always wanted to kill Xue Haichuan's older brother, Xue Haishan. This was because Luyin's only son had died at Xue Haishan's hands, and because of this, Xue Haishan had been imprisoned in the Hidden Fog sect sky stairway prison for 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian. And at this time, Luyin flew out of the cave. When he saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes flashed. Just now, he had swept out with his divine sense and discovered that the person outside had an identity badge on his chest. It was the identity badge of a divine emperor member of the Tianlong clan. Thus, when the other party attacked the cave, he reminded them that they were one of them. It wasn't until he came out that he discovered that this person was Duan Lingtian, Elder Luyin. Duan Lingtian nodded at Luyin, which could be considered a greeting. He didn't have any grudges with this White Dragon Elder of the 10,000 Demon sect. As for the reason why Luyin didn't treat him well the last time they met, it was because he was close to Xue Haichuan and his brother. At the same time, Luyin looked around, as if he wanted to confirm whether Duan Lingtian had come in alone or if there were other people with him. He still remembered that the last time Duan Lingtian came in, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were with him. At that time, he thought he would have a chance to attack Xue Haichuan's older brother, Xue Haishan. After all, Xue Haichuan had left the Tianlong temple to come to this divine emperor battlefield. However, what he didn't expect was that before Xue Haichuan came in, he actually sent his older brother Xue Haishan to their Tianlong clan's consecrate, Sikongyi. Sikongyi was a consecrate that the clan master of the Tianlong clan had personally invited back. Normally, he had the status of Black Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan. Basically, no one had seen him fight before, but they all felt that since Sikongyi could be personally invited back to the Tianlong clan by the clan master and given the status of Black Dragon Elder, he had to be at least a high-level divine emperor. Someone like that wasn't someone Luyin could deal with. Elder Luyin, there's no need to look. I came in alone this time. Duan Lingtian understood Luyin's intention and said indifferently, At this moment, Lu Yin was completely sure that there was no one hiding in the darkness. If there was someone, he would have detected them with his spiritual sense. As the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan and an outstanding mid-level Divine Emperor, he was confident that no one in the Divine Emperor battlefield could escape the detection of his spiritual sense. After all, the strongest people in the Divine Emperor battlefield were mid-level Divine Emperors like him. Duan Lingtian, you've got guts to come in alone. After confirming that there was no one in the darkness, Lu Yin's attitude changed slightly. His gaze towards Duan Lingtian also became unfriendly. Elder Lu Yin, didn't you also come in alone? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. After all, I'm a mid-level Divine Emperor, and you? If I remember correctly, you're just a low-level Divine Emperor, right? Lu Yin looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a hint of vigilance in the depths of his eyes. Just now, Duan Lingtian had attacked the entrance of the cave so suddenly that he didn't have time to react. Therefore, he didn't know whether Duan Lingtian was still a low-level Divine Emperor or not. In the past, he wouldn't have thought that a low-level Divine Emperor could become a mid-level Divine Emperor in just 10 or 20 years. However, this person was Duan Lingtian, so he couldn't help but think that way. Because the time taken for Duan Lingtian to become a low-level Divine Emperor was too short. It was so short that it was shocking and unbelievable. Yes, Duan Lingtian knew what Lu Yin was thinking. He nodded and extended his divine power. The divine power of a low-level Divine Emperor covered the surface of his body and loomed in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin naturally wouldn't be mistaken about the aura of a lower Divine Emperor. His eyes, which were originally filled with vigilance, suddenly lit up. At the same time, there was a flash of killing intent in the depths of his eyes. What? The moment Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent, Duan Lingtian spoke. Elder Lu Yin, you want to kill me? I remember that there is no enmity between us. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned profound. When Lu Yin heard this, he smiled faintly. Yes, there is no enmity between us. However, don't forget that there is some enmity between you and the 10,000 demon sect. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the recent ones. Our 10,000 demon sect's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, was killed by you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin's eyes became sharp and murderous. Elder Lu Yin, Kuang Tianjing was executed by the sect. I didn't kill him. Duan Lingtian corrected him. In short, he died because of you. Lu Yin said nonchalantly. Moreover, you're on good terms with the brothers Xue Haishan and Xue Haichuan. They are my enemies. The friends of my enemies are also my enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin casually patted the void. Immediately, the surrounding void trembled and the space began to move rhythmically. Don't even think about escaping. I, Lu Yin, am proficient in the law of space. As soon as Lu Yin made a move, he disrupted the surrounding space so that Duan Lingtian could not teleport. Although Lu Yin was confident that he could catch up to Duan Lingtian while he was escaping, he did not need to go through so much trouble to disrupt space. He could just kill Duan Lingtian on the spot. Killing me is not a small crime. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His expression was calm and he did not panic at all. If I kill you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and destroy the evidence, who will know that I killed you? As Lu Yin sneered, the divine energy in his body surged out. At the same time, it merged with the law of space profundity and formed a spatial storm around him. Fine. However, what Lu Yin did not expect was that Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard his words. I was originally conflicted about whether I should help Brother Haichuan and Brother Haishan get rid of you, since there is no enmity between us. But now, after listening to your words, I don't have to be conflicted anymore. You're right. If I kill you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and destroy the evidence, no one will know that I killed you. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. On the other hand, Lu Yin was not frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he smiled coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're about to die, and you're still in the mood to talk nonsense? You're just a low-level divine emperor. How dare you dream of killing me, a middle-level divine emperor? When he heard Duan Lingtian say that he wanted to kill him, Lu Yin seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Of course, Lu Yin had been in the battlefield for more than 2 months, so he did not know what had happened in the past few days. If he knew that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 middle-level divine emperors, he would not have looked down on Duan Lingtian. I also want to see the strength of our Tianlong clan's elder by long. I only hope that you won't disappoint me too much. As Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered, a spatial storm began to swirl around him. The law of space contained in the storm was obviously more profound than Lu Yin's. I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space to such a level. As someone who is also proficient in the law of space, Lu Yin did not even need to wait for Duan Lingtian to make a move. Just the law of space profundity that Duan Lingtian had fused with his divine energy was enough for Lu Yin to see that it was not ordinary. If you were also a middle-level divine emperor, I might not be a match for you. Unfortunately, you're just a low-level divine emperor. Chapter 39:20. Whoosh! Lu Yin moved. As he interfered with the surrounding space, his figure flashed, and he flashed through the void, leaving behind afterimages that were almost real, like the reflection of the moon in the water. 2 all-shaped, double-faced thorns appeared in Lu Yin's hands. They rotated above his right hand, looking very much like the Amei thorns, a cold weapon on Earth. However, the Amei thorns were always paired. Lu Yin only had one, and it was obviously longer than the Amei thorns, about 1.5 feet long. Buzz! Lu Yin moved, and in the blink of an eye, he was not far away from Duan Lingtian. As he held the divine weapon in his hand, the void vibrated, and an ear-piercing sound of a blade rang out. A light blade condensed in the void and spread toward Duan Lingtian, sweeping toward Duan Lingtian. As soon as the light blade appeared, it seemed to be able to split heaven and earth into 2. This was because it not only enveloped Duan Lingtian, but also the surrounding area. Several dangerous peaks were directly cut off by it, making muffled sounds. Although they were cut off due to gravity, they still fell on the original mountain. However, when they were stacked together again, they did not look so natural anymore. Whoosh! Faced with Lu Yin's ferocious attack, Duan Lingtian summoned his prominent celestial sword with just a thought. At the same time, he activated his Tao of control and the law of space to nullify part of Lu Yin's attack. The rest of the attack was blocked by his sword. However, even so, he only felt a huge pressure on his body, and then his whole body was knocked away. Of course, rather than being knocked away, it was better to say that he was offsetting the force. When Duan Lingtian was knocked away, he was unscathed. In this flash, Duan Lingtian used a technique that was no weaker than the one he used to kill the 2 middle-level divine emperors. As some of the higher-ups of the Tianlong clan said, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to the newly promoted White Dragon Elder. How is this possible? Although Duan Lingtian had retreated and was at a disadvantage, Lu Yin, who clearly had the upper hand, was not happy at all. Instead, he was in disbelief. How could Duan Lingtian be so strong? He thought that even if his attack was not enough to kill Duan Lingtian, it would be enough to seriously injure Duan Lingtian. He did not expect that even Duan Lingtian was not hurt at all. Duan Lingtian is so strong. Lu Yin was shocked. His space law shouldn't be so strong, but it's so strong that it doesn't seem like he has only comprehended the law, profundity. Duan Lingtian had cast the Tao of control from the 4 Tao of heaven and earth to control the law of space. Naturally, it would be even more powerful when it was fused with his profundities. It would have been fine if Duan Lingtian had comprehended other laws, since he did not understand the law of space. However, Lu Yin was skilled in the law of space and had a deep understanding of the law of space. It was only natural that he noticed Duan Lingtian's space, law, profundity, did not match his strength. However, this was only the beginning. He thought he was mistaken. However, when he launched another attack and Duan Lingtian continued to fight with him, he was certain Duan Lingtian's space law profundity was much stronger than his space law profundity. He's from a Devata realm, and he doesn't have any bloodline power. Could it be that his space law clone has given him such strength? That's not right. If it's a space law clone, it's only a quantitative change in his strength. It's impossible for there to be such a qualitative change. What's going on? Lu Yin could not see through Duan Lingtian at all. Although Lu Yin could not defeat Duan Lingtian in such a short time, he was not in a hurry. After all, Duan Lingtian was in a passive position and was much weaker than him. Moreover, Lu Yin had not used his bloodline power yet. Perhaps Duan Lingtian had secretly used his space law clone. Humph! With a cold snort, Lu Yin's eyes were instantly suffused with a layer of blood qi. Subsequently, his eyes began to turn red as a baleful aura began to rise from his body. Duan Lingtian, as a primitive divine emperor, your strength is comparable to a medium divine emperor. It's indeed shocking. However, if that's all you've got, I'm afraid you won't last more than 10 breaths. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Yin launched another attack. His attacks were even more violent than before, causing Duan Lingtian to feel the pressure. 10 breaths. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me in 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Lu Yin's provocation and his attacks that had become even more powerful. At the same time, a figure shot out from his body. It was his space law clone. His space law clone wielded a high-grade divine sword and joined him in fighting Lu Yin. At this moment, it was as though there were 2 of him fighting Lu Yin. Moreover, not only could his space law clone perfectly unleash his divine energy and the power of law, but it could also unleash the way of control. Lu Yin, who had originally held the upper hand, was now at a disadvantage against Qin Lai, who was using his avatar of the laws of space. Impossible. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. Lu Yin was currently dealing with the joint attacks of Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's space law clone as he stared at them intently. It was as though he was trying to figure something out. Duan Lingtian, your space law clone isn't that powerful. How is it that you can unleash such a powerful attack after fusing with your divine energy? Lu Yin could not help but ask in a low voice. He still could not figure out what was going on. However, Duan Lingtian's reply infuriated him so much that he almost vomited blood. Take a guess. These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Fortunately, I've recondensed my law of space doppelganger. I didn't expect that with the help of my law of space doppelganger, I'm actually stronger than Elder Lu Yin. However, this is only the beginning. Lu Yin is still not used to dealing with 2 of us working together. Give him some time to adapt, and he'll be able to fight me to a draw." Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, after Lu Yin calmed down from his rage, he gradually got used to the rhythm of Duan Lingtian and his space law clone working together. He began to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. Duan Lingtian also patiently fought with Lu Yin. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Lu Yin, who had calmed down from his rage, was now fighting Duan Lingtian. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. How can this Duan Lingtian be so strong? He's just a lower divine emperor. How can he fight me, an elder of the White Dragon clan, to a draw with his space law clone? What's the secret behind his space law clone? I can clearly see what realm his space law clone is at, but the power it shows is completely different. It's more than 1 realm higher. Lu Yin's expression gradually turned solemn. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The purple-clad young man in front of him was even more monstrous than Xue Haichuan. He's not even 3,000 years old. If he's given a few hundred more years, he might be able to easily trample me under his feet. At this moment, Lu Yin even regretted taking the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian earlier. Otherwise, there was no deep hatred between him and Duan Lingtian, and there was no need for him to fight to the death. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yin began to retreat. As he retreated, he dealt with Duan Lingtian, who was chasing after him. Duan Lingtian, if we continue fighting, it'll be difficult to determine the victor. I was just joking earlier. I only wanted to test your strength. I have no enmity with you, so naturally I won't kill you. Your relationship with Xue Haichuan and his brother is between the two of you. My enmity with them is between me and them. It has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Lu Yin was already thinking of retreating. He did not want to offend Duan Lingtian because of today's matter. Otherwise, if Duan Lingtian did not have the ability to deal with him today, he would still be in trouble in the future. Lu Yin, be serious. Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Lu Yin's request for a truce. He continued to attack Lu Yin fiercely like a storm. Lu Yin now regarded Duan Lingtian as an elder of the White Dragon who was on par with him in terms of strength. Faced with Duan Lingtian's outburst, he did not dare to be careless and hurriedly responded. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Lunatic. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly when he saw that Duan Lingtian was unwilling to stop. However, he did not intend to continue fighting with Duan Lingtian because his divine energy was beginning to deplete. Even with the help of a divine pill, he could not catch up to Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian was a divine alchemist, he had already consumed many supreme king-grade divine pills that could restore his divine energy. He was eating supreme king-grade divine pills as snacks. As for Lu Yin, he could only use ordinary healing divine pills. This Duan Lingtian, is he trying to exhaust me to death? When Lu Yin saw Duan Lingtian casually take out 2 more ultimate king-level divine pills and throw them into his mouth, his already depleted divine energy surged again. A thought flashed through his mind. As soon as he thought of this, he lost all will to fight. The first thing he wanted to do was to teleport away. However, just as he was about to teleport away, he realized that the space around him was also disrupted by Duan Lingtian and he could not teleport away. Earlier, he was the one who had disrupted the space, afraid that Duan Lingtian would teleport away. Now he was no longer disrupting the space. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to know that he would escape and took over his previous job to disrupt the space around him. At this moment, Lu Yin was so anxious that he was about to cry. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had copied him and started to disrupt the space around him? If that was the case, he had really gone for wool and come home shorn. Duan Lingtian, we have no enmity between us. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Lu Yin shouted angrily. Duan Lingtian ignored him. Duan Lingtian, if you don't stop now, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Lu Yin's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Chapter 39:21. Why are you being so impolite to me? Duan Lingtian was amused by Lu Yin's hysterical words. At the same time, he became more courageous as he fought. In just a blink of an eye, he was able to fight Lu Yin to a standstill with just his clones. Moreover, he had the upper hand with his healing divine pills. Lu Yin's expression turned even more unsightly when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his threats. After a while, he said with a grim expression, Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to stop, I'll give you all my wealth. Moreover, if you have any enemies in the 10,000 Devil sect, I'll personally come to the 10,000 Devil sect and help you deal with them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. If I kill you, won't your wealth be mine as well? As for the 10,000 Devil sect, do you think I can't do it myself? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. No matter how Lu Yin tried to persuade him, Duan Lingtian's attacks did not slow down. Instead, they only increased in intensity. Gradually, Lu Yin was at a disadvantage. It seemed like he was not far from death. Lu Yin's expression turned even more ferocious at this moment. "Duan Lingtian, you're forcing my hand!" Suddenly, Lu Yin let out a shout. Then, the image of a small world appeared in the air with his body as the center. Although it was only an image, it was extremely lifelike. This is... Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he saw this. He's detonating his own little world? In the realms of gods, even celestials in the Devata realms were capable of detonating their own little worlds. However, the power of detonating their own little worlds was limited. It was not enough to kill someone with a higher cultivation base. However, if one could not detonate their own little worlds, they would only be considered as a pseudo-detonation. Due to the limited power, they would only be able to injure someone with a similar cultivation base. Only when one could detonate their own little worlds would it be considered as a true self-detonation. Even in the realms of gods, only celestial emperors and above were capable of such a feat, as the saying went. An emperor could not be humiliated. This saying was widely spread in the realms of gods. Regardless of whether it was an emperor god or an ultimate god, if they were forced into a corner, they could evolve a small world in their body and self-destruct. Not to mention those who were of similar strength. Even those who were more powerful could die from their self-destruction if they were not careful. It's said that existences below the emperor god level can also self-destruct the small world in their bodies through some special methods, similar to secret techniques. This Lu Yin actually possesses such a secret technique. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he felt a great sense of crisis. At this moment, he subconsciously prepared to teleport, but he discovered that he could not teleport at all. The surrounding space had been completely disrupted. It was obvious that Lu Yin had taken action beforehand. It's too late to run now. At this moment, Lu Yin's expression was slightly ferocious, while his eyes were filled with madness. "Duan Lingtian, you asked for it. I gave you a chance." In Lu Yin's opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely be extremely terrified and beg him not to self-destruct the small world in his body. To his surprise, not only was Duan Lingtian not afraid, but he even said indifferently, "I'm not playing with you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a 7-colored divine sword appeared in his hand. It exuded an extremely sharp aura. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the high-grade divine weapon in Lu Yin's hand, causing it to dim slightly. At the same time, an endless stream of vitality swept out from Duan Lingtian's small world and enveloped him. The silhouette of a gigantic tree appeared behind Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. As the branches flapped, extremely dense life energy sprinkled on Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was luxuriously bathed in the vitality. This is the divine tree of life. Lu Yin's pupils shrank rapidly, and this sword, it's a high-grade divine sword that has given birth to a complete sword soul. Duan Lingtian actually has such a secret? While Lu Yin was still in shock, Duan Lingtian made his move. He waved the sword in his hand and slammed it down with a force that seemed to be able to suppress everything. It came crashing down on Lu Yin's head. At this moment, the terrifying true meaning of the sword principle and the way of control that was no longer concealed were completely revealed. Duan Lingtian had previously concealed the way of control and could only exert about half of its power. It was only slightly stronger than the embryonic form of the way of control, but there was a limit to its strength. However, now that it was completely revealed, its power had increased greatly. Sword principle, and it's the complete sword principle. Didn't he only grasp the embryonic form of the sword principle? And this is the way of control. Heavens, what kind of monster is he? He actually grasped the complete way of control. No wonder the spatial laws that he displayed earlier were so powerful, even though they weren't strong. It turns out that he had integrated the way of control. Damn it, he's just a brat who's not even 3,000 years old. How could he have such means? Heaven and earth are so unfair. How could they treat this brat so well? However, he's going to die. If such an existence dies in my hands, even if my soul is destroyed, it'll be worth it. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. As Lu Yin laughed heartily, the projection of the miniature world around him began to shatter. At the same time, it displayed an extremely terrifying power. It was probably not weaker than the all-out attack of a powerful high-level divine emperor. Boom! Rumble! When the little world in Lu Yin's body exploded, his body was unsurprisingly shattered. However, his soul wandered out and did not perish immediately. Instead, it watched everything from a distance. I'll definitely have to take a good look at how such a proud son of heaven is going to die in my hands. Lu Yin's soul appeared in the void and transformed into a phantom. Through Lu Yin's divine consciousness, he sent voice transmissions to Duan Lingtian's ears. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Duan Lingtian suddenly pressed down with the sword in his hand. Instantly, an equally terrifying power gushed out and covered the sky like a huge river. Then it collided with the power of the little world in Lu Yin's body. After a moment of stalemate, it was completely shattered. The power of the little world's self-explosion was not small. It continued to spread toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! With a loud bang, Duan Lingtian was sent flying along with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then, the remaining power seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced toward Duan Lingtian as if it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. And at this moment, whoosh, a 7-colored figure had appeared next to Duan Lingtian at some point in time. It was an extremely beautiful woman. The woman was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe. She looked like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She looked coldly at the incoming power. She raised her hand, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in her hand. Then, she and the 7 orifices exquisite sword became one. They turned into a huge rainbow-colored sword ray and blocked in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the rainbow-colored sword ray split into tens of thousands of sword rays and attacked the oncoming power of the little world's self-explosion. Whoosh! Whoosh! The branches of the divine tree of life behind Duan Lingtian swayed faster and faster. In the end, the divine tree of life's silhouette became more and more corporeal. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the 7-colored sword chi were shrouded in an endless stream of energy. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. It was the power of the little world's self-explosion. After crushing the tens of thousands of rainbow-colored sword rays, it collided with the huge rainbow-colored sword ray in front of Duan Lingtian. It also collided with the power of life. Suddenly, the rainbow-colored sword ray dimmed. It was as if it could shatter at any time. However, as the power of life continued to pour into it, it did not shatter. It continued to be damaged, but continued to recover. It seemed to have an endless ability to recover. The power of the little world's self-explosion became weaker and weaker. In the end, the power of life stopped pouring into it, and the rainbow-colored sword ray showed no signs of dissipating. Whoosh! When the power of the little world's self-explosion had completely dissipated, a gust of wind blew past. The divine tree of life behind Duan Lingtian disappeared. The rainbow-colored sword ray in front of him also returned to his body. No, impossible. In the distance, Lu Yin's soul, which should have dissipated a long time ago, had held on until now. When he saw the scene in front of him, he found it hard to accept. You're only a middle divine, Emperor, but you've mastered the self-explosion technique of the little world in your body. It seems like Elder Lu Yin has had a great opportunity. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yin's soul in the distance. He did not destroy it. He just looked at it from afar with a bright smile on his face. Ah, Ah, ah. When Lu Yin saw that Duan Lingtian was unharmed, his remnant soul, which had been holding on until now, could not hold on any longer. It shattered into pieces and was completely annihilated. Listening to his final shriek, it was clear that he was extremely unwilling to give up. Seeing that Lu Yin's soul had dissipated, Duan Lingtian looked at the place where Lu Yin had been standing. Then he flew over and retrieved Lu Yin's spatial ring and divine weapon. The power he had used just now was not enough to destroy Lu Yin's spatial ring. Lu Yin's spatial ring was of such high quality that only the power of a god emperor could destroy it. Although I've gained something, the price I paid was too high. After Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring, he was not in the mood to look at the things inside. Since they were already his, he could look at them at any time. Right now, he had other things to pay attention to. For example, Huang, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword. There was also the divine tree of life. Although the technique he had used just now had seemed awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant, and even Lu Yin's self-explosion of the little world in his body had not hurt him in the slightest, he had paid a great price. Huang, are you all right? Duan Lingtian asked softly. Master, I'm fine. Although Huang said she was fine, her voice was extremely weak. I've only suffered some minor injuries. I'll be able to recover after some time. I'm afraid the 7 orifices exquisite sword will not be able to help you for the time being. Rest well. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Then he began to observe the divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life, which had been shining brightly, now seemed somewhat dim. It even needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his little world to recover. Chapter 39:22. I won't be able to use Huang, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, or the sacred tree of life for a while. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was the first time he had used the sacred tree of life. In the past, he had never used the sacred tree of life even when he had used all his trump cards. It was a trump card that the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, had told him before it went into hibernation. It had also warned him not to use it unless there was a special situation, because the sacred tree of life needed a long time to recover every time it was used. Just now, he had encountered a special situation. He had never thought that Lu Yin would have the ability to self-destruct his small world. Judging from the power of Lu Yin's self-destruction just now, although he was only a mid-level divine emperor, the power of the self-destruction of the small world within his body was probably not any weaker than the all-out attack of a high-level divine emperor. Even the Golden Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan can't do much more than that. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if he had not used the sacred tree of life, even if he had used all his trump cards, he was not confident that he could withstand the power of Lu Yin's small world's self-destruction. Moreover, he did not expect Lu Yin to know a technique that only divine emperors and ultimate gods could use. In the past, he had only heard of a secret technique that allowed one to self-destruct his small world before reaching the divine emperor realm. He did not expect to meet someone who knew such a secret technique. I wonder if Lu Yin kept any records of such a secret technique. With this thought, Duan Lingtian continued on his way. He took out Lu Yin's storage ring and began to look through the things inside. As for the soul beads in Lu Yin's storage ring, they probably belonged to Lu Yin's family and friends. Duan Lingtian had taken them out and destroyed them. He doesn't have any. Moreover, how can a white dragon elder be so poor? After looking through Lu Yin's storage ring for a while, Duan Lingtian could not help but complain. Of course, it was not that Lu Yin was poor. In fact, Lu Yin was considered wealthy among the white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. However, it was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Even Lu Yin couldn't obtain hundreds of thousands of Tianlong clan contribution points in one go. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had obtained more than 100,000 contribution points multiple times. As for the other wealth, just now Duan Lingtian had swallowed pills as if they were beans during his battle with Lu Yin. He had tossed them into his mouth like they were free, scaring Lu Yin to the point of despair. Furthermore, you won't get any battle credit for killing your fellow sect elders. Duan Lingtian felt a little helpless. At the moment of Lu Yin's death, Lu Yin's identity badge had also disappeared, because he had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, who was also a member of the Tianlong clan. Of course, in this case, the Tianlong clan would at most think that Lu Yin had died at the hands of his fellow sect members. No one would know that he had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, unless Duan Lingtian himself admitted it. Otherwise, even if there were suspicions without evidence, they could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. In addition, with the strength and value that Duan Lingtian had displayed, even if he really admitted that he had killed Lu Yin, the Tianlong clan may not really do anything to him. Duan Lingtian did not know that after he had killed Lu Yin and continued to search for the disciples of the Greater One Sect's divine emperor, several groups of uninvited guests had come to the Tianlong clan. Among them, there was an acquaintance of his. This acquaintance was none other than the elder of the Chunyang school, who had come to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. He was an old man named Qin Weiyang. However, the current Qin Weiyang was following behind a young man like a lackey. This young man had a handsome and resolute face. Between his brows, there was a sharp aura that made people not dare to look at him directly. However, on his face there was a lazy smile. His entire face seemed to be somewhat contradictory. If only the top half of his face was exposed, people would definitely think that he was a straightforward person. If only the bottom half of his face was exposed, people would think that he was frivolous. Little Yang Yang, you said that the little guy named Duan Lingtian had a good impression of you? Now, the young man and Qin Weiyang were personally received by a golden dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. He led them to the place that the Tianlong clan had arranged for them to rest. This golden dragon elder was none other than Yang Feng, the golden dragon elder who had been guarding the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm. When he heard how the young man addressed Qin Weiyang, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch when he thought of the two of them. Yes, Martial Granduncle. When Qin Weiyang heard the young man address him as Little Yang Yang, he did not show any displeasure. Instead, he felt that it was only natural. Martial Granduncle? Yang Feng's eyes narrowed when he heard how Qin Weiyang addressed the young man. In fact, he didn't know Qin Weiyang very well. However, when he saw the identity token of the Chunyang school hanging on his waist, it wasn't difficult to tell that he was Elderling Su of the Chunyang school. The elders of the Chunyang school were not divided into inner and outer sections. There were only 7 ranks. They were Void Pierce, Clear Void, Jade Void, Spirit Void, Clear Void, Purple Void, and Golden Void. In the Chunyang school, even the weakest elder, Elder Jin Su, was at least a lower divine emperor. Those below the divine emperor level were not qualified to become an elder of the Chunyang school. Elder Jin Su's status in the Chunyang school was almost equivalent to that of the Tianlong clan's outer sect deacon. However, his strength was comparable to that of the Tianlong clan's outer sect elder and inner sect deacon. Elder Purple Void's status in the Chunyang school was equivalent to that of the Tianlong clan's outer sect elder and inner sect deacon. Elder Clear Void status was equivalent to that of the inner sect elder. Elder Ling Su's status was equivalent to that of the White Dragon elder. Elder Jade Void status was equivalent to that of the Black Dragon elder. Elder Clear Void status was equivalent to that of the Golden Dragon elder. As for the status of a Void Pierce elder in the Chunyang school, it was extremely high. However, in the current generation of the Tianlong clan, there was no one with such a high status. Of course, there was once. Elders of that level were called Ancestral Dragon Elders in the Tianlong clan. In the history of the Tianlong clan, the ancestral dragon elders were all God Emperor level powerhouses, without exception. Of course, the above was just a difference in status. However, their strength was completely unequal. Yang Feng was very clear about this point. Not to mention others, just the old man behind the young man behind him, the Chunyang school's elder Ling Su, was at least a higher divine emperor. His strength was not weaker than that of the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder. I've heard that the Chunyang school's elder Ling Su's strength is comparable to that of the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder, and Elder Jade Void's strength is not weaker than that of a Golden Dragon Elder like me. As for Elder Clear Void, they are all existences above the God Emperor realm. A Void-Pierced Elder is at least a God Emperor. When he thought of this, Yang Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. I can't recognize the identity token on the young man's waist, because I've never seen it before. However, the identity tokens of the Chunyang school's elders that I know are the identity tokens of Elder Ling Su and the other elders below him. As for the identity tokens of Elder Jade Void and above, I haven't seen them before. However, since this young man is called Grandmaster Teacher by Elder Ling Su, it means that he is at least a Jade Void Elder of the Chunyang School, and is not weaker than me. He may even be Elder Clear Void. Elder Clear Void. When he thought of this, Yang Feng's breathing stagnated. The elders of the Chunyang School's Elder Clear Void were existences above the God Emperor realm. Is he a God Emperor? Taking a deep breath, Yang Feng turned around, looked at the young man, and asked with a smile, "Elder, what is your identity in the Chunyang School?" When his voice fell in order to avoid awkwardness, Yang Feng added, "Because I'm blind, I didn't recognize your identity token. Although it's a bit rude to ask this, but I'm worried that the Tianlong clan is lacking in etiquette." Yang Feng explained patiently, "It doesn't matter." However, in the face of Yang Feng's inquiry, the young man smiled indifferently. "My identity in the Chunyang School is ordinary." "You don't have to make such a big fuss." When he heard the young man's words, Yang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this person should be a Jade Void Elder of the Chunyang School. His strength was about the same as Yang Feng's, and he was an outstanding figure among the higher God Emperors. In this way, it wouldn't be a loss of the other party's identity if he personally led the way. "I'm just a trifling Elder Clear Void." The young man continued. When the words came out, Yang Feng's pupils contracted in an instant, and he subconsciously stopped, a sluggish look on his face. "Elder Clear Void? This is actually an Elder Clear Void? A God Emperor powerhouse? Elder Yang Feng, what are you doing?" Seeing Yang Feng suddenly stop, Qin Wuyang, who stopped along with the young man, couldn't help but ask with a frown, "Sorry, I lost my composure." Yang Feng came back to his senses and apologized to Qin Wuyang repeatedly. "That's enough, little Yang, don't scare people." The young man reprimanded softly. "Yes, Uncle Master." Qin Wuyang responded respectfully. "Elder, please continue to follow me." Yang Feng came back to his senses and continued to lead the way for the two young men. At the same time, as soon as he arrived, he sent a message to the Tianlong clan's sect master Long Qingchong and informed him of this matter. What? The Chunyang School's Elder Clear Void, a God Emperor powerhouse, came in person for the Duan Lingtian? Recently, Long Qingchong has received people from several other God Emperor rank forces, but the ones leading them were all outstanding God Emperors, whose strength was comparable to the Tianlong clan's Elder Gold Dragon. But now the people from the Chunyang School, which was equal in status to the several God Emperor rank forces in Tongling Province, were led by the Chunyang School's Elder Clear Void? Elder Clear Void was a God Emperor powerhouse. "I'll be right there." Without any hesitation, Long Qingchong put down what he was doing and walked towards Yang Feng, ready to receive the Chunyang School's Elder Clear Void on the way. It should be noted that the people from the top God Emperor rank forces in Tongling Province, who came recently, were all settled down before he paid them a visit. Of course, the reason for the difference in treatment was that the Chunyang school's elder Clear Void was a god-emperor powerhouse. Chapter 39:23. In the Emperor Battle Realm. On the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Swoosh! A figure flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning and plunged into a lake. Then it split into several figures and dug holes in the depths of the lake. Along the way, it threw out formation discs. After the formation discs were thrown out, a formation was activated and an illusory formation was formed. Before the surface of the lake could calm down, two figures flew over. Based on the identity badges pinned to their chests, they were middle-level divine emperors from the Tianlong clan. The middle-level divine emperors from the Tianlong clan were either inner elders or white dragon elders. That inner elder from the Tai sect has gone into the lake. One of them looked down at the rippling surface of the lake. As soon as he finished speaking, he plunged into the lake. When the other person heard his words, he followed suit. This fellow is really cunning. He threw out a few more formation discs and turned them into illusory formations. Does he think he can escape just like that? One of the middle-level divine emperors from the Tianlong clan said through gritted teeth as he stood in the depths of the lake, "Elder Huang, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him." Not only did he set up illusory formations here, but he even dug a few holes in the ground. I didn't expect him to not be a native of the realms of gods. You mean he escaped by digging holes in the lake with his clones? The middle-level divine emperor asked in a low voice. Yes, the middle-level divine emperor nodded. Moreover, he's already gone far away. If we split up and chase after him, even if one of us goes in the right direction, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him. After all, the strength of any one of us is on par with him. If one of us is stronger than him, he won't have a chance to escape. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice as he spoke. It's fine if we can't catch up to him. We can only blame ourselves for being too careless and letting him escape. The middle-level divine emperor nodded as though he had thought it through. His expression gradually relaxed. At the same time, at the foot of a dangerous mountain some distance away from the lake, a figure broke through the air. Not long after he appeared, several figures flew over from all directions and entered his body. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, sharp eyes, and a medium build. At this moment, he seemed to be in a sorry state, but his face revealed a smile of having survived a disaster. Those two inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan are probably pissed to death right now, 2 against 1, and I still managed to escape. Furthermore, neither one of them is weaker than me, Huang Yin. Huang Yin, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, had been in the God-Emperor battlefield for many years. He had killed more than a dozen low-level God-Emperors of the Tianlong clan. In addition, he had also killed a mid-level God-Emperor of the Tianlong clan. I have to think of a way to kill a mid-level God-Emperor of the Tianlong clan. That way, based on my contributions over the years, even if those people want me to pay with my life for their descendants, the sect will protect me. I can't stay in the God-Emperor battlefield forever. If I stay in the Emperor battlefield, I'll have to leave sooner or later. In the past, I felt that there was no hope, so in order not to burden my family and disciples, I could only risk my life in the God-Emperor battlefield. Now that I've made more and more contributions, even if I made some mistakes, it's enough to atone for them. Besides, even if I didn't instigate that Duan Lingtian entered the God-Emperor battlefield and killed at least 80 God King disciples of the Greater One sect, if not 100. Huang Yan's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "It's a pity Duan Lingtian is only a God King. It's impossible for him to appear in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Otherwise, I'd have a chance to kill him in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors." Thinking of how he had fallen into such a state because of a verbal conflict with Duan Lingtian in Peace City, Huang Yin couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart, and his eyes flashed with resentment. After finding a remote place and taking a divine pill to recover for half a month, Huang Yin set out again. I hope this time my harvest will be greater. Killing a few more lower god emperors of the Tianlong clan, or killing a mid-level god emperor of the Tianlong clan, should be enough for me to atone for my sins. Huang Yin's figure flashed as he muttered to himself. 2 months later, Huang Yin successfully encountered 2 god emperors of the Tianlong clan, 2 disciples of low-level godly emperors. I didn't expect to encounter Duan Lingtian on the god emperor battlefield. He seems to be cultivating. Is there any meaning in cultivating here? I don't know. Maybe he has some comprehension of the laws. As a mid-level god emperor, Huang Yin was hiding in the dark. The 2 lower god emperors of the Tai sect didn't notice him and were talking among themselves. Duan Lingtian? Huang Yin, who was hiding in the dark, was about to kill the 2 lower god emperors of the Tianlong clan. When he heard the 2's words, his pupils shrank slightly. Duan Lingtian had broken through to the god emperor realm. Moreover, according to the 2's words, they should have met Duan Lingtian not long ago, and Duan Lingtian was cultivating or comprehending the laws. Duan Lingtian, Huang Yin's eyes flashed. It's really easy to find him. I'll kill one of them first, and then interrogate the other. With that thought, Huang Yin made his move. He moved out and used his doppelganger to disturb one of them, while his original body attacked the other. In just a few breaths, his original body successfully killed his target. You're an inner elder of the Tai sect. When the remaining persons saw Huang Yin's means, his expression changed greatly, and he wanted to escape. However, how could a lower god emperor escape from the eyes of Huang Yin, a mid-level god emperor? In the blink of an eye, he was easily stopped by Huang Yin. For a moment, the face of the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan was ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. You met Duan Lingtian just now. Huang Yin stared at the person in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Since it was a situation of certain death, the Heavenly Dragon sect's low-level divine emperor's disciple did not bother with Huang Yin. When Huang Yin saw this, he sneered and said, If you tell me the truth, I'll give you a quick death. If you tell me the truth, I'll slowly torture you to death. Of course, you can also consider self-detonating your small world, but you'll still have to go through the pain of having your soul refined. That's not a pain that ordinary people can bear. The self-detonation of one's small world was not only limited in power, it was at most comparable to a full-strength attack at the peak of one's strength. But the side effects were also great. At the same time, one's soul would be refined. Therefore, many people would not choose to self-detonate in front of an undefeatable opponent, because self-detonation not only could not kill the opponent, but it would also make one's death more painful. As soon as his voice fell, Huang Yin moved like lightning. Divine power swept out and shrouded the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan in front of him, imprisoning his divine power so that he could not commit suicide. Of course, Huang Yin could not control the self-detonation of one's small world. He could only control the other party to use his divine power to commit suicide. Hearing Huang Yin's threat, and feeling that Huang Yin was suppressing his divine power so that he could not use his divine power, the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan's face changed again and again. Then he clenched his teeth and said, A few days ago we encountered Duan Lingtian in a stone forest behind. At that time, Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged on a rock at the highest point of the stone forest, cultivating. When we approached, he opened his eyes and nodded at us, then continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Now he may not still be there. As the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan spoke, his mind was in turmoil. If this greater one-sect inner sect elder is alone, and there is no elder deeming with him, if he goes to find Duan Lingtian, he will undoubtedly die. If he has elder deeming with him, and he goes to find Duan Lingtian with him, then Duan Lingtian will most likely die. Let's take a gamble. If I lose the gamble, and Duan Lingtian dies because of me, if there is a chance in the next life, I will be willing to be his ox and horse." This lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan and his companions had only entered the divine emperor battlefield in the last 2 months. Before entering the divine emperor battlefield, he already knew that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 middle god emperors in the Tianlong clan's emperor battle sect. He knew that although Duan Lingtian was only a lower god emperor, his strength was comparable to the new white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. When did Duan Lingtian break through to the lower god emperor realm? Huang Yun asked in a low voice. Although he did not think that Duan Lingtian, who had just broken through to the lower god emperor realm, could pose a threat to him, he still wanted to know more so that he could feel more at ease. A year ago, when the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan heard this, he knew that the greater one sect elder in front of him should have stayed in the divine emperor battlefield for many years. Otherwise, he would have known that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the lower god emperor realm. However, he did not intend to tell the truth now. Perhaps to describe Duan Lingtian as weak, even if the greater one sect's elder Diming was by his side, in order to monopolize the battle merit, he would still go alone to find Duan Lingtian? Did he break through a year ago? Huang Yin smiled a brilliant smile. A new lower god emperor. He killed him like he was killing a dog. As for Duan Lingtian's monstrous performance in the Divine King battlefield, he did not care. The Divine King disciples of the Greater One sect that Duan Lingtian had killed were far inferior to him. Moreover, he, Huang Yin, was a middle god emperor, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. Even if Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law is not weaker than Shimin Longshang's, after entering the lower god emperor realm, he is still not my opponent. Huang Yin was very confident. He's alone? Huang Yun asked. Yes, I don't see anyone else. The lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan nodded. At this time, not to mention that Duan Lingtian was indeed alone. Even if he wasn't, he would still say yes. After all, before he died, he still wanted to trick the greater one sect elder in front of him. Ha, good. Huang Yun laughed, looking very happy. Then he waved his hand like a knife. I, Huang Yun, will do what I say. I will give you a quick death. Chapter 39:24. The Way of the Sword and the Way of Control. If I can use these two together perfectly, will my attacks be able to reach a whole new level? Or should I try to fuse them into a single attack? In the vast stone forest, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the tallest boulder in the center. His eyes were closed as he rested, a pensive look on his face. After a while, small spatial storms wreaked havoc around him. Occasionally, they would vibrate rhythmically, and occasionally, they would turn into rays of sword light. Just like that, the small spatial storms constantly changed. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian's frown grew deeper and deeper. No, not like that. This won't do either. In the process of studying the fusion of the way of the sword and the way of control, Duan Lingtian had spent a lot of time and effort. He had even thought of many different experiments, but in the end they all failed. In the end, Duan Lingtian himself became rather irritated. At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice that in the sky above him there was a medium-sized figure looking down on the stone forest he was in. As expected, it's Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect that little bastard to reach the divine emperor realm so quickly. However, it's fortunate that he just broke through not too long ago. If he had broken through a few hundred or 1,000 years later, I might not have been his match. At that moment, the person standing in the sky above the stone forest was none other than the inner sect elder of Greater One sect, Huang Yin. He was also the inner sect elder of Greater One sect, who had a quarrel with Duan Lingtian the first time he went to Peace City when Duan Lingtian was still a god king. Afterward, Duan Lingtian declared in front of him that he would not come out until he killed 100 God King, disciples of Greater One sect. At that time, Huang Yin had scoffed at Duan Lingtian's words. So much so that when Duan Lingtian left the battlefield of God Kings for Peace City, Huang Yin had specially paid him a visit and mocked him. It was just that Huang Yin never imagined that Duan Lingtian would really kill over 100 God Kings, disciples, the first time he entered the God King battlefield. This was because Duan Lingtian had said that if it weren't for Huang Yin, he wouldn't have killed so many God King disciples of the Greater One sect. Therefore, when his word spread, the elders of the Greater One sect's God King disciples couldn't take revenge on Duan Lingtian and shifted their anger to Huang Yin. If you, Huang Yin, were not the most despicable, how could Duan Lingtian kill so many people of our Greater One sect? Under such circumstances, Huang Yin didn't dare to leave the emperor battle plane because he knew he wouldn't be the only one in trouble. Even his family and disciples would be in trouble. At first, Huang Yin had planned to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and kill a few more of the Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan. Then he would finally die there. That would be his final destination. However, as he killed more and more of the Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan while he was still alive and well, he began to dispel the idea of seeking death. If he made a few more contributions, the sect might protect him. However, I still have to be careful. After all, I can't be sure if Duan Lingtian has an expert protecting him. It's unlikely that it's Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. I'm just afraid that he has an inner elder of the Tianlong clan by his side. Although Huang Yin had found Duan Lingtian through the mouth of a lower divine emperor of the Tianlong clan, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. This was because he needed to make sure that Duan Lingtian had no one by his side. Even though he hated Duan Lingtian to the bone, he hadn't lost his rationality. This was why he could survive for so long in the battlefield of divine emperors. Some time ago, he had encountered 2 inner elders of the Tianlong clan who had joined forces, but he had managed to escape. Of course, Huang Yin also knew that a large part of the reason why he could survive until now was because of his good luck. Until now, he hadn't encountered the elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. Just wait. As long as Duan Lingtian makes a move, I'll follow behind him. I'll follow him for a while and make sure there's no one by his side before I make a move. Although he couldn't wait to show up and kill Duan Lingtian, Huang Yin resisted the impulse in his heart and tried to calm himself down. At the same time, he deliberately hid himself. He wasn't worried about Duan Lingtian. He was just a lower divine emperor. As long as he wanted to, it would be difficult for him to find him. What he was worried about was the Tianlong clan's inner elders who might be hiding by Duan Lingtian's side. If Duan Lingtian had an elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan by his side, he would have been discovered by now. However, so far, no one had shown up in front of him. This meant there was no elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan by Duan Lingtian's side. Moreover, he didn't think Duan Lingtian would have an elder Bai Long protecting him in the dark. Wait, Huang Yin kept reminding himself. He was worried he wouldn't be able to control himself and reveal himself. At this moment, he was like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey but was worried it was a hunter's trap. Therefore, he hid in the dark and waited. Only after confirming it was not a hunter's trap would he make a move to hunt the prey. Indeed, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Huang Yin's existence. After all, he was only a lesser divine emperor. Although he was slightly stronger, he relied on the Tao of sword and the Tao of control. Even his law clones were, at most, on par with the natives of the realms of gods. Of course, those with weaker bloodlines didn't have any advantage in front of his law avatars. Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was no different from a lesser divine emperor's. Even if he scanned his surroundings, he wouldn't be able to detect a middle divine emperor hiding. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. However, he wasn't worried. After all, even if he couldn't detect a middle divine emperor hiding in the dark, he would still be able to detect the middle divine emperor if they attacked him. Forget it. I'll give up for now and continue walking. I'll kill a few more divine emperors from the Tai sect before I leave. This time, I've gained a lot of experience. With the help of a supreme divine pill, there shouldn't be any bottlenecks in my cultivation base if I want to make a breakthrough. Previously, he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation base. However, after killing Lu Yin, the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, he had shown signs of loosening up. Later on, he encountered an inner sect elder of the Tai Yi sect. Without using the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control, he managed to break through the bottleneck after exchanging more than 1,000 moves with the Tao of Control. After breaking through the bottleneck, he used the Tao of Control to kill the inner sect elder. The inner sect elder of the Tai Yi sect still had a blank expression on his face until the moment of his death. Clearly, he didn't expect a divine emperor from the Tianlong clan would be able to defeat him after exchanging more than 1,000 moves with him. Not only that, but he was also severely injured, causing him to lose the ability to continue fighting. Let's go. Although he did not intend to continue to integrate the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control, Duan Lingtian still cultivated for a few days with the help of the Supreme Divine Pill. It was only after the divine force in his body had recovered to its peak that he opened his eyes and left the stone forest. After leaving the stone forest, Duan Lingtian began to head back to the exit of the Divine Emperor battlefield in Sky Dragon City. He was going to try his luck on the way back to see if he could encounter a few more Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai Yi sect. Duan Lingtian is going back. In the dark, at the same time that Duan Lingtian set off, Huang Yin also set off, following closely behind him, secretly guessing. He knew the direction of the exit of the Tianlong clan's Divine Emperor battlefield. Of course, the closer it was to the exit, the more dangerous it was. He also knew this, so whether it was him or the other Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai Yi sect, they would not easily get close to the exit. On the other hand, the Divine Emperor disciples of the Tianlong clan also did not dare to get close to the exit of the Divine Emperor battlefield. Wait a few days. As long as I don't find anyone following him in a few days, I'll kill him. Huang Yin, who had been waiting for a few days, did not start at the beginning. He patiently followed Duan Lingtian. Although his eyes were sharp, he did not always stare at Duan Lingtian and would occasionally glance elsewhere. This was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would notice his gaze. Duan Lingtian, however, was unaware of all this. Until 6 days later. 6 days later, Duan Lingtian entered a desert. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of gold. There were no buildings in sight, nor was there any natural scenery other than yellow sand. About a few hours after entering the desert, Duan Lingtian suddenly seemed to notice something. He abruptly stopped and then turned into a shadow. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian's silhouette was shattered by a powerful force. Subsequently, a figure appeared next to Duan Lingtian who had just teleported to the ground. Buzz! A saber, like a ghost, whizzed toward Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, it shrouded Duan Lingtian's body. The sharp saber light bloomed with a bright luster, which was extremely gorgeous in this desert full of yellow sand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had no time to teleport. His figure swayed, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he let out a cry of surprise. It's you! Although he had retreated in time, Duan Lingtian's robe was still cut open. Even on his strong and perfect chest, there was a blood-red saber mark. He had been injured. However, the injury was not serious. As his divine power rose, it healed. First, there was a faint saber mark, and then it completely disappeared, as if it had never been there. It was just a flesh wound. After retreating, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man who had stopped moving. His eyes flashed with surprise. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Huang Yin, who had waited for more than 10 days, finally appeared. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, and his face was full of surprise. If it had been an ordinary lower divine emperor of the Tianlong clan, if he had been alone without help, he would have been killed by his surprise attack. However, Duan Lingtian, who had just broken through to the lower divine emperor realm a year ago, had only suffered a flesh wound. I also didn't expect to meet you here. Duan Lingtian looked at the man in front of him with surprise. He had a deep impression of this man. Humph! I have been following you for thousands of miles. Huang Yin snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, today is the day you die. Thousands of miles? Duan Lingtian grinned. Thousands of miles to kill me? Chapter 39:25. You want my head? Let's see if you're strong enough to take it. Huang Yun was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he sneered and launched another attack. In his opinion, there was no need to be angry with a person who was about to die. Duan Lingtian was surprised to see this person here. When they were in Peace City, this person had repeatedly made things difficult for him and mocked him. He had left a deep impression on him. He did not expect they would meet again in the battlefield of the divine emperors. Moreover, it was obvious Huang Yin was here for him. Is that all you've got? To Duan Lingtian, who was strong enough to kill an ordinary earth nether elder in the Tai sect, a mere Tai sect's inner elder was nothing to him. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he made his move. The high-grade divine, sword in his hand, swept out along with a spatial storm. With the boost from the Tao of Control, he easily crushed Huang Yun's attack. Then he continued to advance triumphantly, destroying Huang Yun's attack and the defensive measures he had hastily put up. Finally, he severed Huang Yun's arm with his sword. Crack! Until the moment his arm was severed, Huang Yun was still in a daze. He was in a daze. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, who did not seize the opportunity to attack, he would have been a dead man in the next second. How's this possible? You're just a lesser divine lord. How can you be so strong? Huang Yin snapped out of his daze. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, the arrogance on his face was gone. His face was pale, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. A lower divine emperor had casually destroyed his attack, which was almost his full power. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to break through his defense and cut off one of his arms. You haven't used your bloodline power yet. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Yun mockingly. Why don't you try using your bloodline power? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Huang Yun, like him, was from a Devata realm and did not possess the bloodline power of a supreme powerhouse. Huang Yun's face paled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He regretted it. He regretted showing his true body. If he had known earlier, he would have sent a clone to test the waters first. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yun's figure flickered as he once again charged towards Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was somewhat surprised. This Greater One Sect Inner Sect elder clearly knew that he was not his opponent, but still took the initiative to attack him. He originally thought that the other party would choose to flee at this time. The next moment, Duan Lingtian knew the reason. He saw that the Greater One Sect Inner Sect elder suddenly split into two figures on the way. One figure continued to attack him, while the other figure flew away at an extremely fast speed. A law avatar. Interesting. Duan Lingtian smiled. With a flash of his body, he appeared to be standing still, but his original body had already caught up with Huang Yun's original body while leaving behind his avatar of the laws of space. As for Huang Yun's avatar of the laws of space, it was also destroyed by Duan Lingtian's avatar in just a few breaths' time. I was wondering why you didn't use your bloodline power. As it turns out, you're not a native of the Mystic Gangland. Duan Lingtian easily caught up with Huang Yun through the teleportation profundity. As soon as he caught up with Huang Yun, his doppelganger from the law of space returned and stood behind Huang Yun to intercept Huang Yun. At this moment, Huang Yan's expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Lingtian, both of us are from a Devata realm. I'm sure you know how difficult it is for people like us to come here. Please spare my life, and we'll mind our own business from now on. What do you think? At this moment, Huang Yan had completely lowered himself. He was practically wagging his tail as he begged Duan Lingtian for mercy. In his eyes, there was also a strong sense of anticipation. Is it very difficult? Upon hearing Huang Yan's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then he circulated his divine energy and removed the effect of the divine pill that concealed his bone age. Using his soul energy, he forcibly revealed his bone age aura to Huang Yan. In just a blink of an eye, Huang Yan's divine consciousness discovered Duan Lingtian's bone age. Why, you're only 700 years old. Huang Yan's eyes widened as though he had seen a ghost when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. It was not a secret in the Tai I sect that Duan Lingtian, a monstrous disciple of the Tianlong clan, was not even 3,000 years old. Even Huang Yan was shocked by the fact that someone who was not even 3,000 years old could achieve such a feat in such a short time. Apart from being shocked, Huang Yan was also slightly jealous. Both of them were from Devata realms, so why was Duan Lingtian so outstanding? However, after confirming Duan Lingtian's bone age was only slightly more than 700 years old, Huang Yan felt as though his outlook on life and values had been overturned. Not to mention people from Devata realms. Even among the younger generation of the ultimate God-level forces that were above the ultimate God-level forces, other than those who had the talent of an ultimate God and were nurtured by their forces at all costs, there would not be many who could achieve such an achievement at the age of 700. Yes, it's indeed tough. You're only a divine emperor at 700 years old. While Huang Yan was still in shock, he heard a sigh. I wonder if there's a chance for me to become an ultimate god when I'm 1,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He really did not know if he would be able to become a divine, venerable when he was 1,000 years old. Based on the current situation, he was confident he would be able to become a divine emperor, but he did not dare to say it was absolute. After all, he was only a lesser divine emperor. His cultivation path was already extremely difficult, let alone the future. He was confident he would be able to become a divine emperor when he was 1,000 years old. However, he was not confident he would be able to become a divine venerable when he was 1,000 years old. However, when Huang Yan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he found them extremely irritating. He felt that Duan Lingtian was deliberately showing off and provoking him. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as though water could drip from it. It shouldn't be difficult for you to reach where you are today at 700 years old, right? Duan Lingtian asked Huang Yan with a smile. However, Huang Yan did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian, what do you want in exchange for letting me go? If you kill me, all you'll get is my storage ring, which doesn't contain much wealth, and those measly battle credits. If you let me go, I'll give you a fortuitous encounter. As he spoke, Huang Yan had a solemn expression on his face. Naturally, he did not have any fortuitous encounter for Duan Lingtian. He only said this because he wanted to use Duan Lingtian's greed to save himself. In his opinion, a 700-year-old brat might have been tricked because of his greed. To have such achievements at 700 years old, he must have had many fortuitous encounters along the way. This kind of person has relied on fortuitous encounters to reach where he is today. He has never suffered before, so he might believe me. This was Huang Yan's current thought. However, Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Huang Yan's words. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Forget it. I won't waste any more time with you. Without waiting for Huang Yan to speak again, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand and ended Huang Yan's life. Then he took Huang Yan's identity badge, divine weapon, and spatial ring. Another inner sect elder of Greater One sect. My luck is not bad, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I've achieved my goal this time. Next, the only thing left on the path of cultivation to become a middle divine emperor is the accumulation of time. No matter how many divine pills I have, I can't rush it. Gently shaking his head, Duan Lingtian was ready to go out. On the way out, he did not encounter any more divine emperor disciples of Greater One sect. He only met a divine emperor disciple of the Tianlong clan, but he did not know who they were. However, looking at the identity badge hanging from their waist, they should only be an inner sect deacon and an outer sect elder. It's Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the battlefield, the eyes of the two inner sect elders on duty suddenly lit up. Then, the two of them sent a message to the White Dragon elder above them. This was because the White Dragon elder above them had already ordered them to inform him immediately if Duan Lingtian came out of the battlefield. Therefore, this time, not long after Duan Lingtian walked out of the battlefield, an unfamiliar White Dragon elder appeared in front of him. This was a middle-aged man with a strong build, a determined face, and a bright smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. I am the White Dragon elder, Jiangdong. Elder Jiang. After greeting the other party, Duan Lingtian asked, Elder Jiang, for you to be in such a hurry to find me, is there something you need? Jiangdong smiled. It's the sect master's order. If you come out of the battlefield, you should go find him. If there's nothing else, you can exchange your gains for battle merits. After you've exchanged them for what you want, you can go find the sect master. Jiangdong did not let Duan Lingtian leave the emperor battle plane immediately, because he had already waited for several months and was not in a hurry. Elder Jiang, thank you for making this trip. Duan Lingtian smiled. I've already passed on the message, so I'll take my leave. Jiangdong said goodbye. Okay, Duan Lingtian nodded. After Jiangdong left, he walked all the way to Peace City, attracting the attention of many people along the way. It's Duan Lingtian. He came out of the battlefield. He's going to Peace City to exchange for battle merits. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect on the battlefield, right? Of course. I just don't know what his gains were this time. After all, the battlefield is very large and there are very few targets. Only if he's lucky enough to encounter them will he gain something. Before Duan Lingtian walked into Peace City, he noticed that many people of the Tianlong clan had followed him, but he was already used to this. Then, surrounded by a group of people of the Tianlong clan, under the curious gazes of many Greater One sect disciples, he took out his gains. One identity badge of a lower god emperor of the Greater One sect. 2 identity badges of a middle god emperor of the Greater One sect. Chapter 39-26. Duan Lingtian had been in the Divine Emperor battlefield for more than half a year and had encountered the 3 people of the Greater One sect. His luck was neither good nor bad. However, when they saw the 2 middle-level Divine Emperor badges of the Greater One sect, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Duan Lingtian killed 2 middle-level Divine Emperors of the Greater One sect, because in the Divine Emperor battlefield, a middle-level Divine Emperor was in fact the person with the highest cultivation base, and whether it was in the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, a middle-level Divine Emperor was a symbol of status. The weakest was an inner sect elder, and the strongest was the White Dragon elder and the Earth Underworld elder. Do you think these 2 middle-level Divine Emperor badges of the Greater One sect belong to the Earth Underworld elder? A member of the Tianlong clan boldly guessed. Impossible, although Duan Lingtian has the strength to kill the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. But I don't think he has the ability to kill the Earth Underworld elder of the Greater One sect. Perhaps it was the newly promoted Earth Underworld elder, and Duan Lingtian killed him in a surprise attack? That's possible. If that's the case, then Duan Lingtian's luck is a little too good, isn't it? While the group of Tianlong clan members were whispering, the Greater One sect members who had followed oversaw the name on the identity badge. It's Elder Huang Yin and Elder Su Yushan. Duan Lingtian killed 2 inner sect elders of our Greater One sect and an inner sect deacon. At this moment, the group of Greater One sect members did not look too good, and although the Tianlong clan members were somewhat disappointed that Duan Lingtian did not kill the Greater One sect's Earth Underworld elder, they could not help but marvel at Duan Lingtian's achievement this time. Duan Lingtian, as a lower divine emperor, entered the divine emperor battlefield and killed 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. This kind of battle record, which lower divine emperor could do it. The people of the Greater One sect were still boasting about how strong Shimin Longxiang of the Greater One sect was. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed 2 middle divine emperors in the sect, Shimin Longxiang seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. Is he afraid of Duan Lingtian? Amidst the howling wind of the Tianlong clan disciples, many Greater One sect disciples turned around and prepared to leave, because they really did not know how to refute. Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance made them feel that Shimin Longxiang was not as good as Duan Lingtian. However, just as these Greater One sect disciples were about to leave, a commotion came from outside the door, causing them to subconsciously stop. The next moment, they saw many of the disciples of the Greater One sect respectfully bowing to the outside, and then bursts of respectful voices were transmitted into their ears in a timely manner. "Sect Master! Sect Master!" Just as they were shocked by the voice in their ears and did not expect their sect master to come here in person, under their gaze, their Greater One sect master appeared. What was even more shocking was that the master of the Greater One sect was not leading the way, but was instead respectfully following behind an old man who was thin and had an awe-inspiring face that seemed to be able to stop a child from crying in the middle of the night. "Sect Master! Sect Master!" The Greater One sect disciples in the huge hall where they were exchanging battle merits respectfully bowed to their sect master. A moment later, under the gaze of the people of the Tianlong clan, the Greater One sect master escorted the old man to a place not far from Duan Lingtian. A group of people had originally gathered here, but at this time they had all dispersed. Even the people of the Tianlong clan, after learning that the person who had come was the Greater One sect master, did not dare to be presumptuous, not to mention that there was a person with a higher status in front of the Greater One sect master. Who is he? How could he make the Greater One sect master act like this? Even the supreme elders of the Greater One sect, the best among the upper divine emperors, could not make the Greater One sect master act like this, right? They are here to find Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the group of people of the Tianlong clan present were all shocked by the matter in front of them. At the same time, they began to send out messages one after another. Not long after, the people of the Tianlong clan in Peace City, as well as the people of the Greater One sect, rushed over. They were also curious as to why the Greater One sect master would bring people to find Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the status of that person was clearly far above that of the Greater One sect master. God Emperor expert? Thinking of this, their hearts inexplicably trembled. Although there were also emperor gods overseeing Peace City, they usually didn't show themselves, so they didn't feel anything. But now an existence suspected to be a god emperor expert had appeared, so they could not help but feel extremely curious. What did a god emperor look like? Perhaps he looked like a normal person, but his temperament was different? I have never seen a god emperor expert with my own eyes in my life. Me too. This time, I have to go and see for myself. A god emperor expert. If I can see such an existence with my own eyes, I will have no regrets in my life. At the same time, both Sky Dragon City and the Greater One sect were in an uproar. Moreover, the news of a god emperor expert, escorted by the Greater One sect master, going to find Duan Lingtian had also spread to the Tianlong Temple and the Greater One sect. Immediately, the people in the two sects were in an uproar. An existence suspected to be a god-emperor expert had personally gone to find Duan Lingtian? Could it be that he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple? Thinking of this, many people began to feel jealous. At this moment, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian was also a little confused. The Greater One sect master? Duan Lingtian glanced the person behind the thin old man in front of him. Then his eyes fell back on the old man in front of him. This old man, who could make the Greater One sect master willingly follow behind and respectfully follow behind, was obviously not an ordinary person. Could it be that, as I have guessed, this person is a god-emperor expert? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he was slightly shocked. Why would a god-emperor expert come to find him? Moreover, he was escorted by the Greater One sect master to find him. Elder Deng, this is the heaven's pride of the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian. The Greater One sect master respectfully introduced Duan Lingtian to the old man in front of him. At the same time, when his eyes fell on Duan Lingtian, they were full of indifference. Although he had no personal enmity with Duan Lingtian had killed the people of Greater One sect on the battlefield of supreme gods and supreme emperors, so he could not bear a grudge against Duan Lingtian because of this. However, under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for him to be friendly to Duan Lingtian. If he could just treat him indifferently, he would consider himself to be well-mannered. The moment his words left his mouth, the sect leader of Supreme Sect looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly, Duan Lingtian, this is Elder Deng Kui from the Tao Villa in the Azure State Mansion. Elder Deng Kui is Elder Silver Puppet of Puppet Mountain Villa, an Emperor God expert. The sect leader of the Tai East sect continued to explain as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian did not know what kind of force the Puppet Villa was. The Puppet Villa is one of the top 4 divine emperor forces in the state of Azure. They have many divine emperor powerhouses, including intermediate divine emperors. As the voice of the Greater One sect master fell, other than the people behind the counter from the several great god emperor forces in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture who were in charge of handling the collection of battle merits, the rest of the people were so frightened that they turned pale. State Prefecture of Qing. Some of them had heard of it, but some had not. Those who had heard of it knew that it was a prefecture adjacent to Tungling Province. It was located in the northwest of Tungling Province and occupied a vast area. It was not smaller than Tungling Province. The top forces in State Prefecture of Qing were not any weaker than the top forces in Tungling Province. It's actually a divine emperor from the Puppet Villa, a top divine emperor force in the state capital of Qing. Did he come to look for Duan Lingtian to bring him to the Puppet Villa? Many people guessed. Previously, I thought that with Duan Lingtian's strength and talent before he was even 3,000 years old, staying in the Tianlong clan would be a waste of his talent. He could have gone to one of the top emperor god forces in Tungling Province. Those forces had invited him before the start of the War of the Emperors, but he didn't seem to have any plans to go. I didn't expect that even an emperor god expert from a top force in State Prefecture of Qing would come to look for him personally. Many of the Tianlong clan members whispered among themselves, their voices full of shock. An emperor god expert came to invite him personally. This time, Duan Lingtian will probably leave the Tianlong clan. Many of the Tianlong clan members were secretly guessing. To them, it was an unparalleled honor for an emperor god expert to personally invite Duan Lingtian. It was clear that the force behind him valued him greatly. Under such circumstances, if they were Duan Lingtian, they would not have refused. Duan Lingtian, the Puppet Villa's elder, Deng Kui, who had a thin figure and a ghastly expression, looked at Duan Lingtian, and his ghastly face squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying with difficulty. I'm Deng Kuei, the Qing State Mansion's Tao Villa's elder, and I've specially come to invite you to join the Puppet Villa. If you join Puppet Villa, we will give you the best treatment in the villa. In addition, we will not be stingy with a greeting gift. As soon as Deng Kuei opened his mouth, he went straight to the point and invited Duan Lingtian to join Puppet Villa. However, before Duan Lingtian could reply, a hearty voice rang in the air. Old geezer Deng, don't you think your Puppet Villa's influence is a little too great? This is Tongling Province, not your state prefecture of Qing. Almost as soon as the voice fell, a medium-sized figure appeared between Duan Lingtian and Deng Kuei. With his back facing Duan Lingtian, he looked at Deng Kuei. Hong Yunxiao. Deng Kuei glanced at the person indifferently. If I remember correctly, you were defeated by me 3,000 years ago. How dare a defeated person like you stop me from recruiting talents for Puppet Villa? Hong Yunxiao. As soon as Deng Kuei said this, many people from the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect could not help but whisper among themselves. Hong Yunxiao? Could he be one of the Emperor God experts of the Seven Kills Valley in Tongling Province, Elder Hong Yunxiao? It seems that he is the Emperor God expert who has been on duty in Peace City recently. From what the expert from Puppet Villa in State Prefecture of Qing said, Elder Hong Yunxiao was defeated by him? Chapter 39-27. The Chunyang School was one of the top 5 Emperor Gods in Tongling Province, and the Seven Kills Valley was another one. The middle-aged man who had appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was Emperor God from the Seven Kills Valley. His name was Hong Yunxiao. Compared to Deng Kuei from the state capital of Qing, Hong Yunxiao was undoubtedly more famous in Tongling Province. Hong Yunxiao was an Emperor God from the Seven Kills Valley. He had done many great things in Tongling Province and was famous. In the eyes of the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect, he was superior and could not be disrespected. But now, Elder Deng Kuei from the Tao Mountain Villa of the state capital of Qing had said that Hong Yunxiao was defeated by him. Humph. As the saying went, don't hit someone in the face and don't expose someone's shortcomings. Deng Kuei's words instantly caused Hong Yunxiao's face to darken. He suddenly let out a cold snort. Although he did not do it deliberately, the sound waves from his cold snort still caused many of the weaker god kings to change their expressions. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices. Even if an emperor god did not deliberately use sound waves to attack, the sound that he made when he was extremely angry still carried a terrifying power. So this is an emperor god. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened as he looked at the silhouette of the person in front of him. Although he had not seen the silhouette of the Golden Dragon Elder, he knew the silhouette of the silhouette was much stronger than the Golden Dragon Elder from the Heavenly Dragon sect. They were not on the same level at all. Deng Kuei, you're 10,000 years older than me. Is it something to be proud of? Hong Yunxiao snorted and said with a cold smile, Moreover, you said that was 3,000 years ago. If you're interested, I don't mind fighting with you again now. But we'll have to go somewhere else. As Hong Yunxiao spoke, his tone was cold and domineering. Ha ha! Hearing this, Deng Kuei laughed. It seems that you, Hong Yunxiao, have made some progress in the past 3,000 years. All right, after I finish my business in Tongling Province, I'll find a place to fight you, Hong Yunxiao. Why don't we go to Seven Kills Valley? Deng Kuei smiled very confidently, but his smile was uglier than crying. If you dare to go, I will naturally accompany you. Hong Yunxiao sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Deng Kuei said indifferently. Don't tell me that you, the Seven Kills Valley, would dare to keep me, Deng Kuei, here? I don't believe that the Seven Kills Valley has the guts to do so. Deng Kuei's words made Hong Yunxiao's face turn gloomy again. The Seven Kills Valley indeed did not dare to keep Deng Kuei here. Although the puppet villa behind Deng Kuei was not a very protective force, Deng Kuei's identity was a little sensitive. This was because one of the puppet villa's elders, Gold Puppet, was Deng Kuei's grandfather. Deng Kuei was the puppet villa's silver puppet elder. The silver puppet elders were all lower god emperors. As for the gold puppet elder, his position was even higher than the silver puppet elder. Moreover, only a middle god emperor was qualified to take up the position. After taking a deep breath, Hong Yunxiao's face gradually calmed down. Then, when Deng Kuei looked at Duan Lingtian again, he immediately turned to Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, Duan Lingtian, if you join the Seven Kills Valley, everything that you can get in the Seven Kills Valley can be obtained in the Seven Kills Valley as well. And even more if you join the Seven Kills Valley. No matter what the puppet villa offers, the Seven Kills Valley will give you more than what they offer. Hong Yunxiao spoke first and threw an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw the appearance of the Emperor God expert from the Seven Kills Valley. He was an average-looking, middle-aged man with a medium build. Even so, no one would think that he was an average-looking man. This was because the aura he exuded was enough to make one feel that he was a crane among chickens. Especially his eyes. They were so deep that no one dared to look at them directly. Hong Yunxiao. Deng Kuei sneered. Aren't you afraid that you'll bite your tongue when you talk big? The Seven Kills Valley might not even be in the top 3 among the 5 Emperor God level forces in Tongling Province, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Kuei looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, the Puppet Villa is one of the 2 strongest Emperor God level forces in the state capital of Qing. You won't regret joining the Puppet Villa. 2 strongest forces? Hong Yunxiao sneered. Deng Kuei, is it so hard to admit that the Puppet Villa is not as good as others? The number 1 force in the state capital of Qing is something that even the Puppet Villa is not as good as. Now, you're putting the Puppet Villa on a pedestal. Do you think that others don't understand the state capital of Qing? Or is the Puppet Villa strong enough to challenge an Emperor God level force that has an upper level Emperor God expert? Hong Yunxiao seemed to be unhappy with Deng Kuei and wanted to challenge Deng Kuei. Upper level Emperor God. Although Hong Yunxiao's words were mocking Deng Kuei, when it entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, it shook their hearts. The state capital of Qing had an Emperor God level force that had an upper level Emperor God expert. An upper level Emperor God was the strongest among the Emperor Gods, although there were differences in strength between upper level Emperor Gods. Even the weakest upper level Emperor God was not someone that more than 99% of the middle level Emperor Gods could go against. In Tongling Province, the 5 strongest Emperor God level forces, including the Seven Kills Valley and the Chunying School, were called the top Emperor God level forces because they were the top forces in Tongling Province. Other than the 5 strongest forces, there were no other forces that could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, let alone surpass them. If one were to walk out of Tongling Province and look at the mystic gangland of the Plains of Gods, the 5 strongest forces in Tongling Province, including the Seven Kills Valley and the Chunying School, could only be considered average Emperor God level forces. As for an Emperor God level force like the Tianlong clan, which did not have an Emperor God expert, it could only be considered an outdated Emperor God level force that did not live up to its name. It was at the bottom of the Emperor God level forces. Many people did not even consider the Tianlong clan as an Emperor God level force. Hong Yunxiao's words angered Deng Kuei. Hong Yunxiao, even if the Puppet Villa is not as good as the Heaven's Roar sect, we are still stronger than the Seven Kills Valley. I'm afraid the Seven Kills Valley doesn't even have 3 intermediate Emperor Gods, right? As for the Puppet Villa, the number of intermediate Emperor Gods we have is more than 5. Deng Kuei's words, which turned into anger out of humiliation, exposed the bottom line of the Puppet Villa and the Seven Kills Valley. This gave Duan Lingtian and the others a better understanding of the Seven Kills Valley and the Puppet Villa. 2 Emperor God experts arguing. Why do they look like children arguing? Duan Lingtian was speechless as he looked at the two Emperor God experts arguing before him. He felt that the two of them had completely overturned his impression of Emperor God experts. How could Emperor God experts argue with each other like shrews? Just as Deng Kuei and Hong Yunxiao were continuing their argument and had temporarily forgotten about Duan Lingtian, a faint yet frivolous voice came from outside. The Seven Kills Valley is not as good as the Puppet Villa, but our Chunyang school should be able to compete with the Tao Mountain Villa, right? Deng Kuei and Hong Yunxiao immediately stopped talking and looked toward the door at the same time. Clan Master! Clan Master! This time it was the group of Tianlong clan members who were standing near the gate who bowed to the door. Clan Master? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the clan master of the Tianlong clan had arrived as well. As for the owner of the voice just now, it should be someone from the Chunyang school. Duan Lingtian knew about the Chunyang school very well. Even the Chunyang school had tried many times to recruit him. Last time, under the leadership of Yang Qinya, many Chunyang school elders had come. It could be said that they were very sincere. Of course, the most sincere one was one of the Chunyang school elders who had come with Yang Qinya. He still remembered that the Chunyang school elder's name was Qin Weiyang. But judging from the voice, this time, it's not him who came from the Chunyang school? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw 3 figures slowly walking in from outside. One of them walked in front, while the other 2 walked side by side and followed behind. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the 2 people at the back. One of them was the Chunyang school elder, Qin Weiyang, and the other was the clan master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. At this moment, Long Qingchong and Qin Weiyang were escorting the person in front of them. This person was a young man. His face was handsome and resolute, and there was a sharp aura between his brows that made people not dare to look at him directly. However, there was a lazy smile on his face, and he appeared to be frivolous. As soon as the young man appeared, Hong Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he said in surprise, "Zhen Pingfan, you actually came personally?" "Zhen Pingfan?" Upon hearing Hong Yunxiao's words, apart from Deng Kuei, who was standing not far in front of him, the 2 people behind the young man, and a few elders from the top Emperor God forces in Tunglung province behind the counter in the main hall, including Duan Lingtian, were stunned. "Zhen Pingfan? Zhen Pingfan?" Duan Lingtian thought to himself. No matter how he looked at it, this young man in front of him was not ordinary. Why did he have such a name? Did he come up with it himself? Or did his parents come up with it? This was too ridiculous, right? At this moment, not only Duan Lingtian, but even the people from the Tianlong clan and Tai sect could not help but feel the corners of their mouths twitching. Such a dazzling person with a refined temperament was not even close to the word ordinary. Okay. It was simply a blasphemy to the word ordinary. Hong Yunxiao, I'll help you teach him a lesson. I'll cripple him so that he won't dare to talk back to you in the future. How about you give me that half-condensed, high-grade, divine weapon in your hand? The young man, Zhen Pingfan, the Jingshu elder of Chunyang school, walked up to Hong Yunxiao unhurriedly and grinned. Hong Yunxiao was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Forget it. I can solve my own problems. 3,000 years ago, I was indeed no match for him. But that doesn't mean that I'm no match for him now. In fact, Hong Yunxiao was not very confident that he could defeat Deng Kuei now. But when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he repeatedly declined. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. How did Zhen Pingfan know that he had a high-grade divine weapon that had given birth to a half-spirit? Not many people in the 7 Kills Valley knew about this matter. Chapter 39:28 Zhen Pingfan. The silver puppet elder of the puppet villa, Deng Kuei, was also looking at Zhen Pingfan at this moment. Deng Kuei's position in the puppet villa was actually equivalent to Zhen Pingfan's position in the Chunyang school. He was the silver puppet elder of the puppet villa, while Zhen Pingfan was the Jingshu elder of the Chunyang school. Furthermore, one had to be at least a lower god emperor in order to take up these two positions. At this moment, Deng Kuei's expression was not very good. However, there was a strong sense of fear in his eyes when he looked at Zhen Pingfan. Deng Kuei, looking at your current high-spirited appearance, it seems that you have recovered from your injuries in the past. However, I wonder if your grandfather has recovered from his injuries? Zhen Pingfan looked at Deng Kuei. Although there was still a smile on his face, there was a meaningful look in his eyes. Deng Kuei's expression changed drastically when he heard this. 1,000 years ago, he and his grandfather came to Tunglung province from the Qing State Prefecture because of some matters. Moreover, they went to the Chunyang school. At that time, the two of them had taken a fancy to an item in the Chunyang school. They offered 2 treasures as a bet and invited the experts of the Chunyang school to spar with each other with the same cultivation base. If one of them won and the other lost, they would call it quits. If both of them lost, the 2 treasures would be given to the Chunyang school. If the Chunyang school won both, the treasure of the Chunyang school would belong to them. At that time, his grandfather fought against a void-pierced stage elder of the Chunyang school. They were both mid-level god emperors. Although it was just a spar, the fight was extremely intense. It was as if the sky and earth changed color. In the end, the void-pierced stage elder of the Chunyang school severely injured his grandfather at the cost of minor injuries. All these years, his grandfather had been recuperating. Originally, his injuries were almost healed, but after the 1,000-year tribulation, his injuries worsened. He didn't even know if he could survive the next 1,000-year tribulation. As for him, he had fought against Zhen Pingfan, who was already a Jingshu elder. Within 3 moves, he had been severely injured by Zhen Pingfan. The power that Zhen Pingfan displayed was close to that of a middle god emperor. He even felt that even the person who was known as the number 1 person below a middle god emperor in Puppet Villa might not be a match for Zhen Pingfan. In that bet, Deng Kuei and his grandfather lost miserably. It could be said that they went for wool and came home shorn. They were seriously injured and were later taken back by the people sent by the Puppet Villa. Taking a deep breath, Deng Kuei forced a smile on his face. Thank you for your concern, Elder Zhen. Grandfather's injuries have been healed not long after returning to the Puppet Villa. Although there was a smile on the surface, Deng Kuei's heart was full of hatred. Even he himself had to recuperate for a long time because he was seriously injured by Zhen Pingfan. Fortunately, his 1,000-year tribulation had only come 100 years ago. If it had come a few hundred years earlier, he didn't know if he would have been able to pass it smoothly. The guy from Chunyang school seemed to be all smiles, but when he attacked, he was not careless at all. Back then, not only did he shatter all the heavenly veins in his and his grandfather's body, but he also injured their souls. That's good. Zhen Pingfan nodded with a smile, then said, Elder Deng Kuei, I'm afraid you will return empty-handed this time. Duan Lingtian has already accepted our Chunyang school's invitation. Before the war between the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect began, he promised little Yang Yang that after the war, if he wanted to take a step forward, he would go to our Chunyang school. When Deng Kuei frowned, Zhen Pingfan turned his head slightly to look at the old man behind him. Little Yang Yang, tell your martial uncle Deng Kuei if this is true. Little Yang Yang. When he heard the first half of Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed that the little Yang Yang mentioned was the elder of Chunyang school, Qin Wuyang, with whom he had exchanged soul orbs. Now, when he saw Zhen Pingfan turn his head to look at Qin Wuyang, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. A young man calling an old man little Yang Yang. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little funny. Martial Uncle Deng Kuei. At this time, Qin Wuyang also stepped forward and said to Deng Kuei, It's true. Deng Kuei heard this and smiled faintly. It's just a verbal agreement. After all, I haven't entered your Chunying school, so I can change my mind at any time. Deng Kuei paused and turned to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, join our Puppet Mountain Villa, and I will personally accept you as my disciple. And I can assure you that the resources you will get in Puppet Mountain Villa will not be worse than anyone else's. Deng Kuei thought that his offer was so tempting that Duan Lingtian would find it hard to refuse. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian didn't show any signs of being moved by his offer. At this time, Jinping Fan also spoke. He looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I am a lazy person by nature. I have never accepted a disciple, and I don't plan to accept one either. However, if you really want to become my disciple, I can recommend a Void Pure Stage Elder of Chunying School to you. Having a mid-God Emperor as your master is better than having an ordinary low-God Emperor as your master. When Zhen Pingfan said this, Deng Kuei's expression turned ugly. Zhen Pingfan, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? However, Zhen Pingfan ignored him and continued, if you don't want to become my disciple, you can join the Chunying school and be an idle person without any restrictions. However, I, Zhen Pingfan, owe you a favor. No matter what you encounter in the future, as long as it doesn't go against my principles, and as long as I, Zhen Pingfan, am capable of helping you, I will not refuse. Besides, if you join the Chunying school, not only will you enjoy the treatment of the true martial disciple with the highest status among all the disciples in our Chunying school, but the Chunying school will also owe you a favor. Zhan Pingfan said, however, if you want the Chunying school to return the favor, you cannot violate the Chunying school's interests. At the same time, the Chunying school will not do anything that goes against the principles of the school. As soon as Zhen Pingfan's voice fell, Deng Kuei laughed mockingly. Zhen Pingfan, you sure make it sound nice. Can you represent the Chunying school? You are just a quiet void elder in the Chunying school. In the Chunying school, there are more than 10 people who have a higher status than you. How dare you say that you can represent the Chunying school? As he spoke, the mocking smile on Deng Kuei's face became even more pronounced. Hearing Deng Kuei's words, Zhen Pingfan laughed. Elder Deng Kuei, hearing you say this, I know that you probably don't know that I, Zhen Pingfan, have another identity in the Chunying school apart from being a quiet void elder. Deng Kuei frowned when he heard this. Little Yang, let me tell you, martial uncle Deng Kuei, your martial uncle has another identity in the Chunying school apart from being a quiet void elder. Zhen Pingfan said to Qin Wuyang. For a moment, almost everyone's eyes, including Duan Lingtian, fell on Qin Wuyang. Even Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, was no exception. Only one person, the God Emperor expert of the Seven Kills Valley, Hong Yunshao, was looking at Deng Kuei as if he was looking at an idiot. At this moment, Qin Wuyang also looked at Deng Kuei and said, Martial Uncle Deng Kuei, I'm afraid you still don't know. Martial Uncle isn't just a quiet void elder in the Chunying school. His father is also the strongest void pure stage elder in the Chunying school. The current clan master of the Chunying school is his junior martial brother. He is like a brother and a father to him. Yes, Martial Uncle is the only son of that void pure stage old ancestor. In the Chunying school, his words are usually more effective than those of the clan master. As soon as Qin Wuyang said that, Deng Kuei's expression changed slightly because he really didn't know about this. After all, he wasn't a citizen of Tunglung province. Moreover, his understanding of the Chunying school in Tunglung province was limited to the one time he met with it 1,000 years ago. However, he didn't expect that Zhen Pingfan, who severely injured him 1,000 years ago, was not only strong but also had an extraordinary identity. For a moment, his expression turned ugly. After all this time, not only did this Zhen Pingfan have extraordinary strength and an extraordinary identity in the Chunying school, he was also a member of the Chunying school's princeling party. And now, the people in the surroundings, whether they were members of the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, had an extremely complicated expression. Many of them were even cursing in their hearts. You deliberately chose this name to anger us, didn't you? How is this ordinary? If this is ordinary, then shouldn't we just bang our heads against the wall and die? Even Duan Lingtian was looking at Zhenping Fan with a stunned expression. He felt that the other party's name was too ridiculous and too infuriating. Duan Lingtian, when you enter the Chunyang school, if you meet anyone who doesn't follow the rules and goes against you, you can find me. I'll beat them up for you. Zhenping Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to promise with a smile. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. I, Duan Lingtian, am actually valued by Elder Zhen like this. Enough. Zhenping Fan waved his hand and said, I don't like to beat around the bush. Just be straightforward. Are you willing to enter our Chunyang school? Now, I just want a word from you. Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian's surprise at this moment, even the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, sent him a telepathic message. Entering the Chunyang school is a very good choice. This time the other 4 major forces also sent people, but they were all scared away by Elder Zhen. Hearing Long Qingchong's words, Duan Lingtian was speechless. So, Elder Zhen of the Chunyang school didn't give him a choice at all? Qin Wuyang's telepathic message also reached Duan Lingtian's ears. Little brother Duan, trust me. You won't regret entering the Chunyang school. When it comes to protecting people, our Chunyang school is famous in Tanglung province. In the Pure Yang sect, Martial Granduncle is famous for being protective of his disciples. Although Martial Granduncle doesn't accept any disciples, he often stands up for us, Martial nephews and Martial nephews. After hearing Qin Wuyang's telepathic message and recalling Zhenping Fan's sincere promise, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhenping Fan and said seriously, Elder Zhen, Duan Lingtian is willing to enter the Chunyang school. Hearing this, Zhenping Fan's usually serious face suddenly broke into a smile. Good, straightforward. Then he raised his hand and took out a storage ring. This is my gift to you. I've heard about the matter between you and the Linghu family. Inside this ring is the 100 million divine stones you promised to return to the Linghu family. If there's nothing else, you can return to the Chunyang school with little Yang Yang and me after you've paid off this debt. Well, if you go to the Linghu family, we can go with you and join in the fun. I'd like to see the expressions of the Linghu family members when they see you return this sum of divine stones so quickly. Chapter 39-29. Thank you, Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse Zhenping Fan's kindness because he really did need this batch of divine stones. It would be best if he could help Linghu Renjie solve this problem before he went to the Chunyang school. This way, he would have one less worry. Otherwise, he couldn't bear to do it. After all, Linghu Renjie was removed from his position as the head of the Linghu family because of him. 100 million divine stones was actually very easy for Duan Lingtian to earn by refining some limited emperor-level divine pills. But that was not very realistic. The appearance of limited emperor-level divine pills was enough to cause a sensation in the Tanglung province. At that time, he would either be roped in or imprisoned as a pill slave. Even when refining limited emperor-level divine pills in the Tianlong clan, he was very careful. Generally, he would really refine 2 limited emperor-level divine pills at the same time to avoid being discovered. In between refining 2 limited emperor-level divine pills at the same time, he would refine 1 or 2 limited emperor-level divine pills like an advertisement. This was also why no one in the Tianlong clan had discovered that he knew how to refine limited emperor-level divine pills until now. Otherwise, not to mention others, even the old clan leader of the Tianlong clan, who was a divine pill master that even the top 5 god emperor level forces in the Tanglung province wanted to recruit, would definitely find out. After receiving the storage ring from Zhenping Fan, Duan Lingtian immediately recognized it as his master. Soon he saw a mountain of, well, not divine stones, but divine crystals. Duan Lingtian casually weighed these divine crystals with his divine sense. There was definitely more than 1,000,000 divine stones, but it was not much more than 10,000 divine stones at most. After all, it was very difficult to accurately determine the weight of divine stones with just one's divine sense. Moreover, even scales were not all the same. When are you going to visit the Morong family? Zhan Pingfan was obviously very interested in the scene of Duan Lingtian going to the Morong family, and a hint of expectation appeared on his face. I'll go back and say goodbye to my friends, then I'll leave. At that time, I'll contact Elder Qin and ask Elder Qin to tell Elder Zhen that I'll leave after confirming the time. Duan Lingtian said, No need to go through so much trouble. Zhan Pingfan waved his hand and took out a soul bead. Let's exchange a soul bead. When you're ready, just contact me. However, I hope that you'll settle everything and follow us to Chunyang School after you leave the Tianlong clan. Chunyang School has recently released a batch of good resources. They're all for the true martial arts disciples. However, those resources aren't evenly distributed. You have to fight for them. If you can make it in time, you can still get a share. If you can't, you won't get any benefits at all. After Zhen Pingfan said this, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Anything that could make him so serious must be good stuff. Therefore, after hearing Zhen Pingfan's words and seeing Zhen Pingfan's serious expression, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed and he said solemnly, Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I'll do it as soon as possible. We can leave the Tianlong clan in 2 days at most, Duan Lingtian said. Good. Zhen Pingfan's face bloomed again. The earlier we leave, the more time we can spend on the road. If you have anything you want to do, you can do it together. Then you can go back to Chunyang School with me without any worries. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. During the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan, Silver Puppet Elder Deng Kui from Puppet Villa, a top god-level force in the state capital of Qing, also left unwillingly. When he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, he knew that his trip was in vain. As soon as Deng Kui left, the Greater One Sect's master also left. For a time, many disciples of Tai sect also left. But before they left, they all looked at Duan Lingtian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Congratulations, Elder Zhen. Congratulations to Chunyang School. At this time, the 7 Kills Valley Elder Hong Yunxiao, whose face flashed with a touch of helplessness, straightened his face and repeatedly congratulated Zhen Pingfan. At the same time, he said with emotion, Chunyang School has Duan Lingtian. In this 7 prefectures feast, the Jinwu disciples of Chunyang School will definitely shine. When the time comes, Chunyang School. Hong Yunxiao's voice abruptly stopped, but his eyes were full of envy when he looked at Zhen Pingfan. Then, Hong Yunxiao also left. After Hong Yunxiao left, Zhen Pingfan and Qin Yang successively said goodbye to Duan Lingtian, and then left first, returning to Tianlong Temple. As for the clan master of Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, as he turned to follow them, he also sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to congratulate him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. I look forward to seeing you shine in Chunyang School. If you have time in the future, you can come back to the Tianlong clan at any time. The Tianlong clan's door will always be open for you, Long Qingchong said. Thank you, clan master. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. After Long Qingchong left, the elders of the various top god-level forces in the main hall, who were in charge of registering the battle achievements, also congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. An elder of Chunyang School on duty, in particular, stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and a smug expression on his face. Duan Lingtian has finally fallen into the hands of the Chunyang School. Fortunately, these were his heartfelt words. If he had said them in front of Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian would really think that he had walked into a den of thieves. At the same time, a group of Tianlong clan members present also congratulated Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Congratulations, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian left the Battle Merit Exchange Hall amidst the congratulatory words of the Tianlong clan members. After that, he walked around Peace City, but did not buy anything. He left Peace City and returned to Heavenly Dragon City before leaving the Emperor Battle Realm. It's a pity I didn't manage to see the second divine void-piercing shuttle. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already obtained all the items he wanted in Peace City. This time he was wandering around Peace City to see if there was a second space-piercing divine shuttle he could buy. The divine void-piercing shuttle could send his clones back to the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Duan Lingtian was still worried about his master, Feng Qingyang. I hope Master is safe. He's a person with great fortune and has obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse. He won't die in the hands of someone as insignificant as Mi Xian. Duan Lingtian glanced at his spatial ring, and a soul pearl lay unscathed in the space within the spatial ring. It was none other than his master, Feng Qingyang's soul pearl. However, the soul imprint on the soul pearl was very faint. It would not be long before the soul imprint completely disappeared, rendering the soul pearl useless. Once the soul pearl became empty, it would no longer be able to provide information about his master, Feng Qingyang. Even if something happened to his master, Feng Qingyang, the soul pearl would not change. When I arrive at Chunyang School, I must get a few more divine, void-piercing shuttles. With the Chunyang School's foundation, I'm sure they'll be able to obtain a few more divine void-piercing shuttles. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the Tianlong clan, previously, Duan Lingtian had asked Xue Haichuan if there were any divine void-piercing shuttles in the Tianlong clan. The answer he received was that they often appeared, but they were in short supply recently. This was because the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were closed recently. Those who came from the Devata realms to the mystic gangland and stayed in the Tianlong clan could only return to their hometowns through this method. For this reason, the divine void-piercing shuttles were very popular during this period. However, if it was during normal times, no one would care about it. Brother Haichuan, after leaving the Emperor Battle Realm and returning to the Tianlong Temple, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Xue Haichuan. Xue Haichuan smiled when he received Duan Lingtian's message. Little Tian, are you in a hurry to tell me the good news? A god emperor from the Chunyang School personally invited you to the Chunyang School? Moreover, he promised you many benefits? Xue Haichuan had just received news about what had happened in the Emperor Battle Realm. He was happy for Duan Lingtian. It's not about that. Duan Lingtian replied, Brother Haichuan, you didn't leave your residence, right? I'll go over now and tell you in person. All right. Xue Haichuan's reply was straightforward. I'll wait for you. As Duan Lingtian made his way to the Tianlong Temple, the disciples of the Tianlong clan who saw him congratulated him. There were quite a few people from the Tianlong clan who had joined the top god emperor forces in Tanglong province. However, no one from the Tianlong clan had ever received a personal invitation from a god emperor like Duan Lingtian. After all, that was a god emperor, one of the top existences in Tanglong province. For such an existence, to personally invite Duan Lingtian, it was clear how much importance he attached to Duan Lingtian. This was a great honor for the Tianlong clan, although they could not enjoy any practical benefits for the time being. Once Duan Lingtian grew up and became a top existence in Tanglong province, he could take care of the Tianlong clan a little. That would be enough for the Tianlong clan to benefit immensely. Therefore, whether they recognized Duan Lingtian as a disciple of the Tianlong clan or were reminded by others that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was a disciple of the Duan Lingtian's Tianlong clan, all of them enthusiastically congratulated Duan Lingtian. In the end, there were too many people congratulating him, and Duan Lingtian was too tired to deal with them all. He had no choice but to teleport back to Xue Haichuan's residence. When he arrived, Xue Haichuan was already waiting for Duan Lingtian in the front yard. Brother Haichuan. After Duan Lingtian appeared, he smiled at Xue Haichuan. This time, you owe me a big favor. Xue Haichuan's face was filled with confusion. He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was talking about. You should have received news of Lu Yin's death, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Xue Haichuan nodded. He's been dead for a while now. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Xue Haichuan's pupils shrank. You can't be saying that Lu Yin is... Before Xue Haichuan could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian had already taken out a divine weapon and placed it on the stone table in the courtyard. It was the high-grade divine weapon that Lu Yin had used. Chapter 3930. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words just now, Xue Haichuan had already vaguely realized that Lu Yin's death might have something to do with Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian take out Lu Yin's divine tool, he was completely convinced. But the next moment, Xue Haichuan said worriedly, Little Tian, you didn't kill Lu Yin when he and the Greater One Sex, Elder Di Ming, were both injured, did you? Is the Greater One Sex, Elder Di Ming, still alive? If he's alive and this matter is exposed, it won't be good for you. Although you have the Chunyang School as your backer and the Tianlong clan can't do anything to you, if this matter spreads, it won't be good for your reputation. In the future, the people of the Chunyang School will say that you, Duan Lingtian, are a person who would kill a fellow disciple in the Emperor War realm. Even the higher-ups of the Chunyang School will most likely be wary of you. In Xue Haichuan's view, with Duan Lingtian's strength, killing half of the newly promoted White Dragon Elders should not be a problem, but it would be impossible for him to kill a White Dragon Elder like Lu Yin. Although Xue Haichuan's strength was greater than Lu Yin's, he did not dare to say that he was 100% certain that he could kill Lu Yin. Brother Haichuan, don't worry. Duan Lingtian smiled. Before you knew about Lu Yin's death, I was the only one who knew. Speaking of which, he was the one who courted death. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him instead, Duan Lingtian said. After listening to Duan Lingtian's story, Xue Haichuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Duan Lingtian with a different gaze. It seems that you've been hiding a lot of your strength. It's really unbelievable. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you've already achieved this much. In the history of Tanglong Province, there has probably never been someone like you. Xue Haichuan sighed. When he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian again with a serious expression. Little Tian, I won't thank you. Whether it's me or your brother Haichuan, we'll remember this favor. Brother Haichuan, I didn't kill him for all of you. He wanted my life, so I killed him. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He did not tell Xue Haichuan about how dangerous the process of killing Lu Yin was. Even if Xue Haichuan himself, in the end, he would most likely have died without a doubt when he was faced with the final blow. Xue Haichuan broke. Xue Haichuan was had. Otherwise, Brother Lingtian, brother would have suffered in the future. Brother Haichuan, I'm leaving in 2 days. Go and pick up Brother Haishan from Sikong's place. Let's have a good drink tonight. Yes, call Brother Yanian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. I also heard that you'll be leaving with the God Emperor from Chunyang School in 2 days. Xue Haichuan nodded and smiled. All right, I'll go get my brother now. In the future, I won't have to trouble revered Elder Sikong to take care of my brother. Lu Yin is dead, so no one will target him. You still have to be careful. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, although Lu Yin is dead, the people around him are still alive. It's better to get rid of those who want to avenge Lu Yin and kill Brother Haichuan. That's a small matter. I don't even have to do it myself, Xue Haichuan said nonchalantly. In fact, when he confirmed that Lu Yin had died on the battlefield, he made arrangements to get rid of those loyal to Lu Yin who could pose a threat to his brother Xue Haishan. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had just said it casually. In fact, he knew that Xue Haichuan couldn't have not thought of this. That day, Duan Lingtian stayed at Xue Haichuan's place and drank and chatted with Xue Haichuan, Xue Haishan, and Dongfang Yannian. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't deliberately use his divine power to force himself to drink. He let the drunkenness fill his mind to his heart's content. It had been a very, very long time since he had been so indulgent. At this moment, he temporarily felt no pressure or urgency, because he knew that he was safe. No one would attack him, and no one would dare to attack him. Even the Tianlong clan's vice sect master, Xuemingji, didn't have the guts to attack him at this moment. Now, he didn't just have the Tianlong clan's protection. He also had the protection of the Chunyang school's god emperor. Apart from Xue Haishan, who was also drunk, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian looked at each other when they saw Duan Lingtian's drunken appearance. They could see a sigh in each other's eyes. It can be seen that little Tian has quite a few things on his mind. Dongfang Yannian sighed. If he can't even solve his own problems, it'll be very difficult for us to help him. Xue Haichuan also sighed, although Duan Lingtian did not reveal what was bothering him from the beginning until the end. His emotions were spread to everyone present as they drank. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were the only ones who felt it when he was drunk. The next day, after Duan Lingtian sobered up, he prepared to leave. Little Tian, if there's anything you need us to do, feel free to send us a message. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian saw Duan Lingtian off. Xue Haichuan's expression became serious, and he said seriously, "You don't need to be so courteous with us." That's right. Dongfang Yannian also nodded. If there's anything you need, feel free to find the two of us. Of course, you have to be quick. I'm afraid that you'll surpass the two of us very soon. Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian let out another sigh. He was truly convinced by the growth speed of the person before him. He had never seen someone who could grow to such a level in such a short period of time. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. Although he didn't really remember how he lost his composure last night, he still had a vague impression of it. He agreed to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's good intentions. Even if he knew that he would never need Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's help for his problems. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were powerless when it came to a godly venerable level faction. Little Tian, Dongfang Yannian continued, "You've given me all your battle merits and sect contribution points. Not only have I returned the battle merits you owe me, I've also earned. In the future, if there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. If the sect or Peace City happens to have it, I'll exchange it for you and send it to you. Don't worry, Brother Yannian. I won't be courteous." Duan Lingtian smiled. Yesterday, after returning Dongfang Yannian's battle merits and some contribution points, he originally planned to split the remaining contribution points between Dongfang Yannian and Xue Haichuan. After all, he was about to leave the Tianlong clan, so there was no point in keeping the contribution points. However, Xue Haichuan refused. According to him, Duan Lingtian killing Lu Yin was already a huge favor to him and his elder brother. He couldn't take the contribution points. In the end, they all fell into Dongfang Yannian's hands. Dongfang Yannian originally wanted to refuse, but because Duan Lingtian was already half drunk and took it seriously, Dongfang Yannian could only helplessly accept it. "Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, I'm leaving. When Brother Haishan wakes up, help me say goodbye to him. Also, Brother Yannian, help me say goodbye to sister-in-law as well." Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, then left. In the following day, he prepared to say goodbye to his other two friends in the Tianlong clan, Ding Yan and Ho Qingning. That night, Duan Ling Tian drank another round of wine. However, he didn't indulge himself like last night. Instead, Ding Yan and Ho Qingning were more indulgent and passed out drunk. Ho Qingning, in particular, even told Duan Ling Tian to be extra careful when he went to the Chunyang school. The more powerful a sect was, the more resources it controlled. The competition within a sect was even more bitter, and people who schemed against each other could be found everywhere. Although Ho Qingning was only the young sect master of a divine king-level sect, he was also very knowledgeable about the knack involved. As for Ding Yan, he said that he would strive to enter the Chunyang school in the future, so that he wouldn't even be able to see Duan Lingtian's back. Let's go! After Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Ding Yan and Dongfang Yannian, he prepared to look for the two elders of the Chunyang school. Yesterday, Duan Lingtian had contacted them, and they had told him where they lived. This allowed Duan Lingtian to sort out the matters at hand, then meet up with them and leave. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, he met someone on the way who seemed to have been waiting for him. Sect Master. The person who appeared on Duan Lingtian's path was none other than the Tianlong clan's sect master, Long Qingchong. Duan Lingtian. Long Qingchong looked at Duan Lingtian with a radiant smile on his face. You are the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Tianlong clan. As the Tianlong clan's sect master, I am proud that the Tianlong clan has a disciple like you. You will be bringing glory to the Tianlong clan by going to the Chunyang school. Although the Tianlong clan is only a fallen god emperor level force, we will not be stingy. This is the sect's farewell gift to you. As Long Qingchong spoke, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Sect Master. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. However, just as he opened his mouth, Long Qingchong interrupted him. Duan Lingtian, if you really don't want to accept the sect's gift, then consider it a reward from the sect. You don't need to feel that you owe the sect a favor because of this. Long Qingchong said, That's not what I meant, sect master. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Although he had not stayed in the Tianlong clan for long, because of the existence of some members of the Tianlong clan and the help he received from many people, including the sect master in front of him, he would definitely not stand by and watch if the Tianlong clan was in trouble in the future. Just now, he had only wanted to politely decline Long Qingchong and the Tianlong clan's kindness. He simply felt that he had already used his contribution points to exchange for almost everything useful to him in the Tianlong clan. Even the second warehouse of the Tianlong clan, which was stored in P City, had been purchased by him using his contribution points. The rest of the items were probably of no use to him. Therefore, he might as well give them to someone who needed them more. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.